Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. We're here at the couple days away from the MLB trade deadline. Anyway, saw a bunch of y'all join us over the past few hours. Anyway, we had our earlier live stream this morning, had a little bit of lunch, and now we're ready for the afternoon slate. We finally had a trade. The trade that we mentioned just before we went to lunch. Anyway, was that Dixon Machado was traded by the Chicago Cubs to the San Francisco Giants. No word yet on the return for him. The other news is that Brandon Drury has a very active market right now. Apparently, the Mariners, Dodgers, and Braves are among the teams that at least checked in on him. John Paul Morosi bringing that news to you. He has a 845 OPS this year. He's only making $900,000 this year, so he's going to be a very popular name on the at the trade deadline this year. Got to wonder if his market's heating up to the point where something might happen on him if there's already this many teams inquiring on him. Morosi also notes that Nathan Eovaldi is scheduled to start tomorrow against the Houston Astros. Has not pitched well yet, but his first start, or this will be his fourth start since coming back from injury. They want to see if they're able to make some adjustments, that kind of thing. But that's kind of where everything stands. The big news, of course, is that Juan Soto's trade market is heating up. Frankie Montas as well. So we'll see if either one of those players move today. We were watching a little bit of the Cardinals Nationals game. We're in the bottom of the ninth now of that game. Cardinal starter Pallante is going for the complete game shutout of the Nationals. See if he can pull it off. A little bit of a defensive blunder there by the second baseman. Made a nice dive at it, but wasn't able to track it down in time to be able to make the play at first. Got to wonder if that'll go as a hit. Other news out of the break while we were away for lunch is that Brian Reynolds, the center fielder for the Pirates, is not expected to go anywhere. That one I do believe more than the Bednar one out of the Pirates, just because a deal for Reynolds would have to be a lot more than what Bednar would get. Bednar, while he's a good relief option, he's not Brian Reynolds in terms of value. Second and third now. It looks like that might be it for Pallante. Might not get the complete game. Yep, that's going to be it for Pallante. Very nice outing for him. Cardinals and National fans both giving him a salute as he goes off the field. Let's check in on some of those other scores from around the league. 5-0 Cardinals on top of the Nationals. Phillies are 8-1 on top of Pittsburgh. Braves and Diamondbacks are still scoreless now in the top of the ninth. Yankees are trailing against the Royals 4-3. Red Sox on top right now of the Brewers 7-2 in the bottom of the eighth. Cincinnati 2, Orioles 1 in the top of the seventh. Guardians 5, Rays 3 in the top of the eighth. Mets on top of the Marlins 9-3. Welcome back, Haya. Astros on top of the Mariners anyway, 2-0. White Sox 4, A's 1 in the bottom of the seventh. Rockies 3, Dodgers 2 in the top of the fourth. Rangers have already got one on the board in the top of the first against the Angels. No score in the Twins and Padres game that just got underway. And we already watched the Blue Jays beat the Tigers 4-1 earlier today. Thank you guys for joining us again. Nice start to our day. Already got our first trade out of the way now with Machado, Dixon Machado. Looks like Ryan Helsley will be the guy coming out of the bullpen for the Cardinals to shut the door on the Nationals. Looks like we will get to at least see Juan Soto bat one more time for the Nationals, as well as Josh Bell probably. Nationals' stated intent was that they wanted to move Josh Bell before Juan Soto. They wanted to maximize Bell's value on the market. And then, of course, the aircraft carrier, Juan Soto. It'll be Cesar Hernandez due up first. 0 for 3 on the day, has struck out, hitting .243 on the year. Very curious to see what kind of ovation Juan Soto gets in possibly his final plate appearance as a member of the Washington Nationals in front of his home crowd. Bell as well. Bell hasn't been there nearly as long, though. Juan Soto should get the ovation. Bell might get a nice round of applause. Fouled straight back to the curtain. 0-1. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Juan Soto on the day is 0 for 2. Does have a walk on the day. That one misses up and away, and it's 1-1. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll let you know whenever we go live. Also, when we post a short video as well. You can check out the reaction to the Luis Castillo trade to the Mariners the other day. Now 2-1. Juan Soto on deck. Curious to see how his final at bat goes. Appreciate all 13 of you guys joining us. Oh, yeah, I'm sure there has been. Can't think of any off the top of my head, but let me see. The 2-2 now to Hernandez. Appreciate all 15 of you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. That one misses away. 3-2 now. Welcome in, Joseph. What's that? Welcome in, Moneymaker. I do think even though they're asking for the moon, I think the Padres are more than willing to get something done, even at the exorbitant price that they have set for them. I think the Cardinals are right there with an offer as well, but I think the offer that the Padres can put together excites them a little bit more. One away now, and Juan Soto is indeed up. Fouls off the first one. 102 miles an hour pitch. That bat speed of Juan Soto might have been just as fast. Soto trying to give something something for the Nats fans to remember him by. He just missed that one. Appreciate the like. Thank you. The pitch, off speed, down low, 1-1. Welcome in, Jordan. Well, the obvious move, of course, is the Soto one. I think they actually will get that one done. I think there's way too much momentum for that kind of a deal to get done at this point. So we'll see if it actually does come to fruition. Soto does go around on that one in the dirt, 1-2 now. No, thought I might catch one of you. Looks like I got you. No, it was Dixon Machado. Nothing special. But as far as like a move that they could make, Contreras, they've been in on him. They're in on Sean Murphy as well, the catcher. They're looking at relievers. They're looking at possibly unloading some deals. Snell's name has been out there. Hosmer. They've looked at a couple of different first basemen. That one right on the outside corner, and Soto is down looking in possibly his final at bat as a member of the Washington Nationals. Yeah, Ian Happ. If they don't get Soto done, maybe Contreras and Happ. Josh Bell due up next, possibly in his final at bat with the Nationals. Nats play the Mets tomorrow. First pitch to Bell. Popped up in the air, behind home plate, and out of play. 0-1. Appreciate you guys joining us. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1 now. I think all eyes are on the conclusion of this Nationals game because you got to imagine if there is a trade in the works, maybe they announce it after the conclusion of this game for maybe a trade for Josh Bell. I'm right there with you. I think the Yankees have been wasting a golden opportunity to go out there and make a trade out there. They were in the running for Luis Castillo, weren't willing to give up Volpe for him. Peraza was said to be the main piece in that deal. I don't think Peraza as the main piece is going to get it done. Shohei Ohtani, though, would be a fantastic fit with the Yankees. Give them insurance in case they do lose Judge, but they're going to have to negotiate a contract with him the following year. Swing and a miss by Bell, and it's 2-2. Ohtani had just tripled earlier today. He just scored on a single by Rengifo. Nats down to their final strike, the 2-2. Popped up down the third base line and out of play, and we'll do it again. Elsley looks in for the sign. The set. And the pitch. This one lifted into left center, but the Cardinals retire him there, and that's the final. 5-0 Cardinals win. Juan Soto loses in what possibly is his final game as a member of the Washington Nationals. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, Nationals fans. I think that might have been it. Nelson Cruz is just staring out there looking at the field as well. The best trade the Yankees did was the one they did not make, and that was Domingo Germán getting back, you mean? I don't know. I don't believe that too much. I think the Yankees had a lot of opportunities to make a lot better moves than the moves they've made so far this year. I don't like the trade they made at the beginning of the year for IKF and Donaldson. Just did not like the move at all. It allowed Correa to go to the Twins. IKF had good defensive abilities there, but Gio Urshela was a great third base defender. You had a great offensive production from the shortstop position, and now you could have gone out and got a nice third base bench piece bat to rotate in there with Urshela. Sure, it would have eaten up some of your salary, but Donaldson does the same thing. The only positive out of that trade was you got rid of Gary Sanchez. Now you got to offload some more salary with Joey Gallo after that failed trade. What is Syndergaard's price to acquire? Preller is talking to the Angels regarding Shohei or Shotani. I wouldn't really read too much into that Shohei talk with the Padres. I think they're all about Juan Soto at this point. I think they're just looking at Ohtani as a backup option. But as far as the price for Syndergaard, it's not going to be too high. He's at a 3.88 earn run average this year, and he's at a $21 million contract in a 1-year deal. Yeah, I agree, Tony. The fact that you had the opportunity to get Carlos Correa in what was a depleted market for him. You saw him take a 3-year contract worth 105 with opt-outs after every year with the Twins. Tells you all you need to know about where the market was for Carlos Correa. All Correa wanted was to tie the offer that Corey Seager got. The Tigers offered Correa 10 years at $275. You got to think the Yankees were a little bit above that. How much further did they have to go? Welcome back, Texas Liberty. One game there in the top of the second. Yeah, the Mets did overpay for Lindor. Of course, part of that also works. You have to also consider what happens on the flip side of that trade. Lindor just had not lived up to that contract that he signed with the Mets. This is one of the best years of that deal for him so far. Probably looks the best that he's ever looked for the Mets right now. Another trade candidate for the Rangers is at bat right now, Cole Calhoun. Well, yeah, the Mets have money to burn, and that's all because of their ownership. Appreciate the like. Thank you. If you're just joining us, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. That way you'll be notified whenever we do go live. Do I think Mancini will be traded and returns to Baltimore this offseason? Very likely. There's 2 candidates that I think could be traded at this deadline and then re-sign with their original team this offseason. One being Trey Mancini, the other Martin Perez. I don't think if JD Martinez does not go to the Mets, which sounds like they're waiting on the Josh Bell domino to fall before they make the move for JD Martinez and Christian Vazquez. It seems like Mancini's their third fallback option right now as Calhoun strikes out. Appreciate the like. Thank you. Thank you. You think back to the Aroldis Chapman deal years ago where they acquired Gleyber Torres. In the 1 year they were selling, at least the Yankees were, they were able to get Torres, who's going to be their second baseman for the next 10 years. Another trade candidate, Charlie Culberson, who absolutely crushes left-handed hitting or left-handed pitching. I think he's hitting something like 375 or something like that against left-handers. 350, somewhere in there. He's going to be a name mentioned around the deadline as a bench bat. He doesn't need regular at-bats against righties. Strikes out there against Detmers, the lefty, though. Somebody tweeted or messaged us earlier in the chat that we had a couple hours ago that Mike Trout might miss time because of his back injury. He might miss the season, but it sounds like back pain is gone for Mike Trout, and we'll start working to get back here next week. Mets versus Rangers, World Series 2024. Might be a little early for the Rangers. Maybe 2025, honestly. They should be a playoff team next year, especially if they get a left-handed or a left fielder anyway, and maybe another starter. Then they're going to have another year to get their young starting pitching up to the majors, another year to get them proficient, and that proficient year probably gets them to the World Series if all goes well for them. Of course, they still are going to have to contend with the Mariners and Astros out in the AL West now. The Angels should just completely tear it down. I don't understand how delusional their front office thinks they can be, thinking they can still make the postseason. Mets and Yankees World Series this year, that's very possible. I think you got enough, or the Rangers have plenty of middle relievers. They just don't know how to deploy them because they don't have the back end of that rotation or the back end of that bullpen solved. If the Rangers hadn't traded away Emmanuel Clase in that Kluber deal, you're probably looking at him right now as your ninth inning guy. If Leclerc hadn't got injured, blah, 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 a whole bunch of what ifs. I don't understand what the Yankees infatuation or Yankees fans infatuation is with Miguel Andujar. I heard the Padres are asking on Gallo what would it take to get that done, a couple of tickets and a treadmill. I don't think it would take anything because I think he's going to go DFA. The Rays, the Brewers have supposedly checked in on him as well as the Padres. I don't think they're even going to be willing to give up a treadmill. I don't think it gets that done. I think he's going to go DFA, and then he's going to go somewhere where he can get regular at-bats without having to worry about performing in a pennant race. Mets winning the World Series would be fantastic for baseball. Stassi, the catcher for the Angels, gets a base hit. He's a trade deadline candidate as well. Teams who need a backup catcher. What do you mean? Top 3 prospects, top 3 current players? What are we talking about? Favorite players? I don't even know if I got a top player anymore. I mean, I've watched baseball for a very long time now, but I don't know if I have a top player. I'm more follow the entire league. I have players I like, but most of my favorite players are mostly retired or aging. Atlanta Braves walk off against the Diamondbacks. Rangers starter Dane Dunning today, facing Brandon Marsh. Is a hot dog a sandwich? No. Pineapple on pizza? Maybe. Doesn't belong on most pizzas, though. Melanson gets the loss again. I don't think that really worries them, though. Diamondbacks are happy to lose games at this point to get better draft positioning. Melanson's, though, trade candidacy, he wasn't going to necessarily have a whole lot of success anyway, bringing in high-powered prospects for them. He's going to be a veteran arm for a bullpen at best around the deadline. Somebody you could turn to in case your closer does get injured. Somebody who has closing experience. David Robertson, though, is the best closer on the market this year, 1.88 earned run average for the Cubs. Yeah, the best closer is Edwin Diaz, but the best closer available at the deadline is David Robertson. Tells you how good of closer Diaz is and where the rest of the closing market has gone. Have you heard any rumblings on Hader? He seems to have been available the last few years, albeit moon asking price. Well, he has like an 11 earned run average or something since the start of July. Hadn't allowed a run all year before that. There's still a sky high asking price on him, but I still don't think they move him. I think they're going to ride that bullpen until there is nothing left for the Brewers. And I don't think they're going to get as much as they would have gotten last year for him either. But maybe a team that's absolutely desperate for a left-handed reliever, like the Yankees after losing King. But even then, I still don't think they make that type of move. I think the most desperate team to make a trade right now is the San Diego Padres, just because I think they want to shove their chips to the middle, see what they have. Same thing with the Mets. I think they're very eager to get to the postseason, see what they can do. Appreciate you guys joining us. Make sure you hit that like button, follow us here on YouTube, subscribe, and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Yep. Emmanuel Clase has been fantastic for Cleveland. Bases loaded here for the Angels in the bottom of the second. Appreciate the like. Thank you. Trying to reach 400 subscribers by the end of the day. Let's see if we can get there. We're only 5 away. Got about 20 of you guys right now with us. If 5 of you hit that subscribe button, we hit our goal. So if you could do so, thank you very much. Chris Matt, a trade candidate, putting up great numbers this year. I'm not sure who you're referring to. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate it. We started the day at like 387. We're getting very close to 400 now. Oh, yeah. He's having a pretty good year. Took me a minute to remember who he was anyway. Short fly ball, unable to bring home a run, 1 away in the bottom of the second. AL East is not going to get every spot. It's going to be the Mariners getting one of them. And I think the White Sox might end up coming back. Welcome back, David. No interesting news as of yet. It's the Brandon Drury market's heating up. Frankie Montas and Soto are kind of your big trade news of the day so far. No, the M's did not overpay for Castillo. I think that's about equitable value for where he was. The only thing that I worry about for the M's is if they don't extend him because of how much they gave up. I really like the return for the Reds, but the only way this trade works long term for the Mariners is if they extend him. It is a seller's market. That's why there's a lot more teams that have decided to go towards the selling side over the last couple of days. San Francisco Giants, probably the most notable among them, after having a horrible second half so far after the All-Star break. Velasquez pops this one out to right. Calhoun throws home. Oh, no. That's a terrible play by Calhoun. Did a little bunny hop and then threw it offline. I don't think Calhoun's going to be going anywhere. Angels take a 2-1 lead. Maley, there's the Phillies were interested in him earlier today. They apparently checked out on him. Hi, Laura. And hi, I suppose. Is your name actually Laura, though? The Phillies are looking at starting pitching. Supposedly, we're looking at bullpen help the most up until this morning. They have since pivoted towards a rotation piece. They want a game 3 or 4 starter. Yes, from as much as I've heard anyway, there was no serious damage. Phillies were looking at starting pitching now. They were looking for bullpen help, but now they're pivoted to the starting pitching market. However, report out of John Paul Morosi said that they're not willing to talk about their number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 best pitching prospects. They're being very unrealistic in trades, but of course, it's Dombrowski. It's how he always starts, and then he's willing to give away the farm for a cookie. So hopefully he's able to find somewhere in the middle. Maley was the name rumored to go to Philadelphia. Cardinals, of course, have touched base with the Reds today as well. The Twins have long been looked at as a favorite there as well. Rangers are looking at Maley, so he's a popular name. Reds are going to make a trade at some point today of Drury or Maley. Jock Peterson, I think he probably ends up back with the Atlanta Braves. They're familiar with him. They need an outfield bat after having Duvall injured. Blackman, if he's moved, they're going to have to eat some of that money. But a team looking for a corner outfield bat might be a place for him. Maybe Atlanta as well. Maybe they go out and get both. Mariners are going to need somebody for the moment anyway. What about Trevor Story? Right now he's on the IL. He's not expected back before the deadline. Oh, goodness, no. Trevor Story will not be traded. As much as things have not worked out with Boston, he's the one name you can pretty much count on is not going to be moved just because there's no interest in him. Now, Bogarts, if the Phillies decide to go in on it, I think he would be a great fit there. But J.D. Martinez, Christian Vasquez are going to be moved by the Red Sox, probably Waka or Hill as well. Eovaldi's generating some buzz. But they want to see him perform against Houston today or tomorrow anyway. Oh, I think the Nationals would love to get Mackenzie Gore, but I think they diminish their prospect return as far as the numbers they get back if they include Gore. I think what will end up happening is you're going to see Soto and maybe a bullpen piece or two, Finnegan and Carl Edwards Jr., going to the Padres in exchange for C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, Morihone, one of Wood and Merrill, maybe Mears and Kim on the major league roster, and maybe Trent Grisham anyway on the major league roster as well. That's what it sounds like is probably going to get the deal done for the Padres. However, the Cardinals are heavily in there as well. We'll see if they can make something happen. According to Jim Bowden, it sounds like the Cardinals' offer is made up more of major league talent, whereas the Padres is more based on farm system. Got to wonder who exactly the Cardinals would be putting in there. Dylan Carlson, that kind of thing. That'd be a great piece for the Nationals to kind of build around a little bit. But it's going to take a whole lot more than just Carlson for Soto. That's why I'm a little bit skeptical about the Cardinals' chances of getting him. Congrats, Phillies, winning your game. What do you mean, the Cardinals versus the Padres offers? A little bit of both, honestly. Upside is a lot higher with the prospects coming back from the Padres. I like the fit better of the pieces as well, just because the shortstop, Abrams, outfield prospect, and Hassel, I think really moved the needle for them. However, the Nationals are said to really want Wood and Merrill. If they give up both of those players, I think that's an immediate yes from the Nationals if they get that type of offer. The fit on the major league roster right now, Gorman, Walker, Liberatore, Carlson, stuff like that. Those players fit right now, but I don't think it gets them anywhere long term. Oh, I'm expecting at least a couple major trades today. I'm expecting the Montas trade to get done today, the Bell trade to get done today, and I'm hoping for the Soto trade. Because I think if Soto goes today, we will see Ohtani's market really heat up, and maybe the Dodgers go after him right before the deadline. If I were the Angels, I would consider Trout offers 10 years a good run, blah, blah, blah. I don't think you ever trade Trout just because of he's the literal most loyal baseball player ever. Yeah, that's kind of what the Nationals, I think, would be thinking about getting with CJ Cron or CJ Abrams anyway. Remember the trade of Will Myers in that 4-team deal? Nationals unloading Steven Souza, and they ended up with Trey Turner. Now they move Soto and get Hassel and Abrams. I think the one thing they would need in that offer is just a little bit more pitching. Hence the need for Wood or Merrill to be in there to kind of bump up the value a little bit more to get the deal done. The other thing I worry about with the Cardinals offer is that the Cardinal system works for the Cardinals. It doesn't necessarily work for other teams. The prospects that they trade away don't really have the same success elsewhere, except for maybe Sandy Alcantara. Gwynn most loyal probably all time, but Trout is right there. So we have our spammer back again. Appreciate you guys joining us. Wow, gained 3 more subs. We're a couple away from 400. If you haven't hit that subscribe yet, please do so. We're 2 away from 400. Let's see if we can get there. Make sure you hit that like. Follow us on Twitter. Very close to 400 subs right now. Oh, I definitely would get rid of that spammer for a sub. Appreciate the like. Got 22 or 23 of you guys in here right now. Thank you guys. Really appreciate all the support. Should be a very fun day. Getting closer and closer in the afternoon. Now that the Nationals game is over, we could see some moves of Josh Bell and Juan Soto, hopefully. That'd really pick up the pace of trade deadline season. All right. We'll be here. Right now, it seems like the Mets think he's a great option for them, but I don't see where. Alonso is, of course, taken over the first base position there. They have Vogelbach now on the left side of the designated hitter combination. Sounds like they want a right-handed complement. Now, of course, they could reverse course and just say Vogelbach, we like Bell better anyway. But I think they're going to be looking more towards J.D. Martinez to fill that option. Tavares does look great. He's really finally turned it on for the Rangers. But as far as where I think Bell goes, if I had to pick one team right now, the Astros. I think the Astros are going to make a couple of moves. I think they're going to make a trade for a first baseman because the value should be there for them to be able to make a move, and I think they're going to end up with the best of the bunch in Josh Bell. I also think they're going to go out and acquire a center fielder, Ramon Laureano. Center field has been kind of a gaping hole in that Astros lineup ever since Springer decided to leave and go to Toronto. By acquiring Ramon Laureano, they at least get some solid production out there and an everyday player. Not saying he'd be great for PR, but the Astros have never cared about PR. At least not since their scandals that they've had over the past couple of years. Well, the Mets are going to either get Bell, their first option, they're going to get J.D. Martinez, their second option, or Trey Mancini at designated hitter. That's going to happen. They're also going to acquire a catcher. They're going to get either Sean Murphy, Wilson Contreras, or Christian Vasquez. I think their preference is Vasquez, Contreras, and then Murphy. In my opinion, I'd go a little bit different. I'd go Vasquez, Murphy, and then Contreras. Any 22 draft picks will be traded? I believe so. There will be some, but not yet. Nothing as of yet. Every year there's one or two surprises. You remember back to that trade, the trade of Trey Turner back in 2015, I think it was. The player to be named later was Trey Turner. Well, yeah, but when he's the right-handed complement at designated hitter, that's a nice piece for them and gives them insurance in case Alonso is injured. Acquisition cost will be next to nil. Austin Riley with another clutch hit today in the MVP conversation for the NL. The American League is all but given to Aaron Judge at this point. Some of the Boston media pointing out the connection between J.D. Martinez and Dombrowski. Any chance Trey Turner could sign by Thursday in a trade with the Phillies? No. Not a chance Trey Turner is being moved at the deadline. Now, after the season, very likely. In fact, that's one of the teams I think he could go to. Any GM drunk enough to take Hosmer? I think there's plenty. If the Padres are willing to make that big of a trade to get Soto, they'd probably are going to want to save some money, offload another prospect or two. They have a little bit of regression of some of their top prospects among Mears. There's another prospect I can't think of the name of, but Mears at the beginning of the offseason was viewed as a piece that could be attached to Hosmer to entice a team to take him. I think it'd take more than Mears now at this point. I think he's hitting 194 at AA or high A, something like that. He was viewed very similarly to Robert Hassel at the beginning of the season. Camposano, I think he might be part of that Soto discussions. That's why they're holding off on him. If they don't move Camposano in that trade, maybe they move him in a Hosmer deal or a Will Myers deal to offload some more salary, bring in a player like Joey Gallo, who they're linked to, maybe bring in a Wilson Contreras, who they're linked to, Ian Happ. I think if they are lucky enough to win the Juan Soto sweepstakes, we could very likely see them really push their chips to the center. Appreciate the like. Thank you. Thanks for the like. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Trying to reach 400 subscribers. We're only 2 away. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Really appreciate it. Check in on some of the other headlines from around baseball as well. Brandon Drury's market, of course, is really heating up. We mentioned the Mariners, Dodgers, and Braves. If I had to pick a favorite out of those teams, I think the Mariners, just because the acquisition cost might be in their range. They already went out and acquired Luis Castillo. They're very familiar with trading with the Reds, with the trade they made for Luis Castillo and Jesse Winker earlier this year as well. A lot of familiarity there. Dodgers, I don't think will go after Brandon Drury as hard. Braves make a lot of sense as well. Ozzie Albies injury, et cetera, et cetera. Mets trying to close out their game against the Marlins. Marlins are down to their final strike. Mets on top, 9-3. I guess he foul tipped that one. Remains 2-2. Thanks for the subscribe. Really appreciate it. 1 away now from 400. Dodgers have retaken the lead now against the Rockies, 5-3. Yeah, hi, Kenny. I think they are going to hold on to Lopez after his bad start today. I think the only reason he was starting today was try to drive up his value a little bit more. Wow, 22 of you guys joining us. Appreciate it. But I think because of that bad start, I think it's going to hold back teams from offering their best package for him. And that's why I don't think they're going to move him. Think of him as a trade candidate for next offseason. However, they could move one of their starters out of that rotation. Lopez, if they're willing to meet that asking price even after the bad start today, maybe we see something like that. Better injury-prone player to build around. I don't know I'd call either one injury-prone. Acuna maybe just because of the crashes into the wall. Tatis just because of his inability to stay off of a motorcycle. But it sounds like the language in his contract says that those are the type of things that could void his deal. Padres already said they're not going to void it after his injury because of those accidents that he had. If you remember during the offseason, when they came back for spring training, reporters were asking him, hey, how'd you injure yourself? And he's like, oh, yeah, motorcycle he injured himself. And the reporter asked, well, which you got injured in a motorcycle accident? He's like, yeah, which one? And the reporters basically were all blown away that he was basically involved in that many motorcycle accidents. I forget how many he said he was in, but it was an exorbitant number. But if I had to pick a player between which of those two I'd rather build around, probably Tatis Jr. because of the shortstop position, if I had to pick one of those two. I mean, don't get me wrong, my favorite of those two players is probably Ronald Acuna. But if I had to pick one of those two players to build around, Tatis Jr. I think he elevates a team just a little bit more than Acuna does. Not saying Acuna is a bad player at all. I'm saying they're probably 1A and 1B as probably some of the most dynamic young talents in the game. Greatest deadline steals of all time or of this year? Shohei Ohtani thrown out, trying to steal second there. In the last 10 years, this is a little bit outside of the last 10 years, but Mark Teixeira, though, probably one of the biggest steals, not just for the, not just on the Braves end of it, but because of what the Rangers got out of it. That trade propelled them to a World Series, 2 World Series actually. Looking back on that trade now, it looks a little bit more even in the careers. However, they only got a couple of months use out of him in Atlanta before they flipped him on to Anaheim. Looks like they're ready to unload for a high-end lefty, possibly. But of course, remember these drafts right now, those players are a good 2-3 years away from making it to the big leagues. So just because they draft right now does not mean they're going to go out for that position right now as well. Got to take every little piece of information with a little bit of a grain of salt. For instance, the Rangers, they drafted like 15 out of their 20 draft picks or something like that, pitchers, this year. But that's mainly because the top pitching options in their minor league system have all regressed a little bit. They could look to consolidate some of that talent in a Tyler Mahle type of trade. Possibly. That's kind of what I was saying with the Rangers. Mariners have a bunch of outfield prospects ready to go. Looks like reliever Matt Barnes is about to be activated off the IL. He might be an interesting piece at the deadline. Red Sox finally getting a little bit of reinforcements off of that IL. We're at 399 subscribers. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Very close to 400. Let's see if we can do that here in the next couple of minutes. It is the 4 o'clock hour, kind of fitting for 400 subs. Appreciate all the likes, all of you who've joined us. Welcome in, Emily. I'm very curious with all the noises around the Cardinals. It's a little bit different feel this year than what it's been in the past for the Cardinals. They've looked to take advantage of other teams in the past. Think of the Nolan Arenado situation, how that trade unfolded. Think of the Paul Goldschmidt trade, how that unfolded. a trade for Frankie Montas or for Juan Soto would be very different in the way they built their team. But maybe, just maybe, they do something like that. Sorry, you're not posting that stuff on here. Mariners do finally close it out. Excuse me, the Mets finally closed it out against the Marlins. Their game is now final. Only a few games left in action right now. Seattle and Houston are in extras. Yankees and Royals still going. Oh, I blocked them like, I don't know, 6 or 7 different times. They always join from a different name. See how he puts a little different hashtag after each one? I think it's the same guy from like, I don't know, 15 different YouTube accounts. Now, I could make the chat subscriber only. That is something I've been toying with the idea of. I don't want to force y'all to be subscribers if you're not interested. So, you know, as much as I love having you guys join us as subscribers, trying to get to that monetization level, I don't want to, force you to subscribe if you don't want to. What does a Musgrove extension look like? 5 in 100. I think the reports out there are pretty darn accurate. Maybe a little bit over that. I don't understand what the Rangers are doing with Adolis Garcia. The man can't see the baseball right now. Over the past 75 at bats, he's struck out got to be close to 45% of the time. He needs an extended rest period to kind of right his head again. He did this at the last year at the end of the season as well. Came back and performed a lot better. But the Rangers are in need of an outfield bat. That's why everybody thought the Soto trade might make sense for them to do. But they're not ready for that type of a trade yet. I mean, they have the pieces, sure, but they'd have to trade almost all of them to get him. Mookie Betts up against the Rockies right now, followed by Trey Turner and Freddie Freeman. Yeah. Adolis really performed last year at the beginning of the season, though. I thought he was the AL Rookie of the Year in the first half. Then the second half happened, and yeah, no. Looks like the Cards are going to get Soto. I don't think so. I think I'm still in the camp that he ends up with the Padres. I just think the Padres are just going to be willing to go just that little bit much more than what the Cardinals are. It really doesn't fit the model of what the Cardinals do. It just doesn't. I'll be shocked if the Cardinals pull it off. Well, shocked with the fact that they went that far out there for him. Shocked that they have the ability to do so? No. Well, the Nationals already came out and said they're not going to put a bad asset onto Soto to diminish the return. They're not attaching Patrick Corbin. Originally, there was a report out there that they would, but they're not going to do that. They want to get the best prospects they possibly can in a deal like that. But remember, they said that they want to get rid of Josh Bell before Juan Soto. I expect the Josh Bell news to probably come out later on this evening. Well, yeah, that's just because the teams have their GMs with them. The Rangers had their GM and president of baseball ops with them in Anaheim. I'm sure the same thing with the Cardinals. That's why they're in Washington. Might as well say hi to the other team that you're negotiating with while you're there. I mean, there's only 30 people who have that type of job in all of baseball. They are two of them. Might as well say hi. Mookie Betts gets a base hit. 2 on, no out for Trey Turner. High leverage closing help. There's a number of different options out there. They need an 8th inning guy. Maybe if they get Wilson Contreras, they get a David Robertson stack. If they miss out on Soto, maybe they get all 3 of them. As far as other pieces they could go after, best lefty reliever is Matt Moore. They have a working relationship, of course, with the Rangers. So maybe they could get a lefty reliever like that. As far as closing help, there's not a lot of closers out there. The only real one out there is David Robertson. Bednar is technically on the market, but the Pirates have already said they're not moving him after getting some decent offers for him. They really want to be blown away, and I don't think they're going to be blown away if they're still in the mix for Juan Soto. Yeah, I think they're going to hold out on Gore as much as they can. I think they're willing to give up other prospects, maybe even 2 of their top prospects instead of Gore. I think he's kind of the future of that rotation. Thank you, guys. We have officially reached 400 subscribers. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Been a long road to get here. See how high we can get today. What if Soto doesn't go to the Padres or Cardinals? The only other team really in the mix right now, according to Jim Bowden, is the Dodgers. Dodgers, you'd have to imagine, are going to include May, Lux, Cartaya, and maybe a couple other pieces. That's probably the best pitching that they're going to get in a trade. I believe the best fit and upside, anyway, is with C.J. Abrams, Hassel from the Padres. I think the MLB talent is going to come from the Cardinals. Base hit by Freeman into right. That'll score another run. It's 6-3 now. Freeman is in there with a double. Brennan Marsh gets a base hit up the middle against the Rangers in the bottom of the 4th. Rangers are in serious need of starting pitching, though. They could deal Martin Perez at the deadline, acquire some young starting pitching, continue to build that farm system, and then re-sign him in the offseason. Where is that from? He will end up in Southern California? I think he will anyway, but where are you getting that reported from? Little bit of news out of the Red Sox. Remember how I mentioned the Mets were interested in Christian Vasquez and JD Martinez? Little bit of news on the minor league side for their catching. One of their top catching prospects, Ronaldo Hernandez, will travel with the Red Sox to Houston on their taxi squad. They already have another catcher on their taxi squad, so it seems like Vasquez could be had at the deadline this year. So Vasquez sounding more and more likely to be dealt. If I had to bet again, I'd put my money on the Mets. Marcus Stroman's not moving this year. Sorry. He's not. Just looking at his numbers. This year anyway, 3.99 ERA. Eventually they'll go away. They always do. Usually they bother for about an hour and then they get bored. You're good. Don't worry, Haya. Jonathan VR moving. He might be a piece that's available. I just don't think Marcus Stroman's going to be available just because of that contract that he signed. It's a little too rich. And Stroman isn't the same pitcher he's been over the last couple of years. Granted, he didn't pitch in 2020 because he opted out due to the pandemic. He's having his worst year since 2018. It was a 3-year, $72 million deal, $71 million deal, $20+ million. Aaron Sanchez was never able to get healthy again. That's what happened with him. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Dunning gets the strikeout there of Godsolin, gets the second out here in the fourth. Runners on the corners. Playing with fire anyway. Yeah. Astros have the Mariners number right now, and Julio Rodriguez just going on the IL. Ty France with an MRI. Even with the acquisition of Luis Castillo, you got to hold on here for the next couple of weeks if you're a Mariners fan. You don't want to lose that momentum you gained by winning those 14 straight games. Yordan Alvarez driving in the winning run. Kirby got the start for the Mariners today, struck out 7. Odorizzi got the start for the Astros, only allowed 2 hits, struck out 8 over 7 innings. Ryan Stanek, usually very dependable for them, gave up 2 runs in that 8th inning. the Astros do end up winning it. Only a few games still going on right now. Kansas City on top of the Yankees right now, 8-6. Dodgers 6-3 over the Rockies. Angels 2-1 over the Rangers. And the Twins and Padres are tied at 1. Sean Manaea on the hill today for the Padres. He came over this offseason in a trade. They just intentionally walked Carlos Correa to load the bases. And get out of it. Nice work. Yankees trailing by 2 going to the bottom of the 9th. They will have Hicks, LeMahieu, and Judge due up. Just waiting for some trade news to kind of break at this point. Sunday before the trade deadline is usually pretty active with trades, especially as we get towards the evening hours. It's already 4:24 here Central, so we'll see if we get something going as we get into Sunday night baseball. We'll be sticking with you through the end of Sunday night baseball and probably about an hour or so afterward. Feel free to come and go from the chat. I'm sure you guys have a lot of things y'all are doing on Sunday, trying to get things done around the house or working if you have to on a Sunday. Appreciate you taking a little bit of time and joining us. Thank you for the subscribe. Really appreciate it. Up to 401. Church as well. Colt Calhoun strikes out again. Yikes. I don't think he's going to get traded at this point. Give it about 2 weeks ago, I'd have thought Colt Calhoun might be a nice bench piece for somebody. Even with a decent performance today, I thought he might have been interesting for a team out there looking for a fourth outfielder. Not so much right now. Hard hit ball by Culberson, and it's 0-1. Welcome in, Rays Outlet. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Rays made that trade for Peralta. Got to imagine they're looking at catcher as well with Zunino out. Base hit by Culberson down the line. That'll be a double, maybe even a triple. Oh my. Brendan Marsh misplays this one. What is it with the Angels in left field? They just can't get anybody to play defense out there. Adele couldn't stop the ball the other day. He let one get past him, let one get in front of him. Then he misplayed one on a dive. Now Brendan Marsh is out there today and misplaced that one along the wall. Just ugly. And the Angels say they're trying to contend for the postseason this year. Ha! If I'm the Rays, I'd go strong after Murphy. I think he's the better of those two by a mile. Sorry, Contreras fans. He is a very good bat, really good presence, but it sounds like he's not able to handle a pitching staff, and he's been a net negative behind the plate defensively. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Appreciate that. That and the control. That's the other reason why I like him. Appreciate the like. Thank you. Plus, the Athletics have a lot of catching prospects. Shea Langoliers just won the prospects or the futures game MVP, so he should be available on the market. They have Montas to move around as well. Culberson scores on the sacrifice fly out to right, 2-2 now. Rangers tie it in the top of the fifth. Gallo possibly there. I don't think they'll get traded there, but I think he might get DFA'd and may come there by choice. Pham, maybe. He should be able to be had. He has had some success with the Rays in the past, but they already got Peralta. I don't think they're going to go after him. Martin Perez, yeah. The reason why they don't have Martin Perez available is because I think they can, or they think they can negotiate an extension with him. Makes a lot of sense, though. He's played with the Rangers for, 6 years, something like that? Oh, Salvador Perez. The reason why Salvador Perez is not available is because they don't want to move him. He's the connection to the last winning teams that they had. Yeah, Peralta is definitely a platoon bat at this point in his career. His splits are absolutely atrocious. He's hitting like 100 against lefties or something like that. The other piece the Royals could move is Merrifield, but again, I think they missed out on their chance to trade him. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Just watching the timeline carefully, seeing if anything pops up. I do think we're going to see some catchers move today. Contreras, Vasquez, Murphy are all on the market. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. But the catching market could be the easiest to get moving, just because I don't think it has to wait for the Soto saga to unfold or the Montas saga. The hitting market is probably going to have to wait for Soto's to be resolved. Pitching is waiting for the Montas situation to be resolved. And the Soto market, of course, is waiting for Josh Bell because apparently the Nationals don't want to move Soto before Bell. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Yeah, the Royals are going to be bad for a number of years. I had a viewer try to tell me that the Royals were 2 years away from being in contention again. And I was like, well, they've got a couple of good pieces, but they need more than a couple of good pieces in the lineup. They don't really have much pitching to speak of at all. So I don't really see the reason why they'd be 2 years away. In my opinion, they're 2 years away from being 2 years away. Same thing with the Tigers after that Javi Baez contract. If they didn't sign Javi Baez, I'd believe it that they're 2 years away. But after that contract, that's going to be a black hole on that team for at least the next couple of years. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. One and a half years left on Hayward. Yeah, that contract has been an eyesore. Everybody lauded it as hey, this is great for the defensive guy out in the outfield, but will he be able to play center, etc.? And of course, that didn't work out. They moved him back to right. The contract looked even worse. And now I believe he's injured and isn't able to play. Thank you guys for joining us again. Aaron Judge up right now, 3-2 on him. One out in the top or in the bottom of the ninth. After the Royals took the lead in the top half of the ninth. Clark trying to nail it down against the MVP of the American League. Judge gets under this one, knocks it out to deep right, but Martinez is there, and that's the second out of the inning. He does look really good. He's actually been really good for Jack Leiter as well. Him getting in, or him coming to the clubhouse really's lit on fire under Jack Leiter. Had his best outing in like 2 months. And Kumar Rocker, though, is probably going to be next year, maybe a mid-season call-up next year for the Rangers. Brock Porter significantly further than that. Well, you'll notice it's different name every single time. It's just that website is just the beginning part of that that's the same every single time. So just ignore it. It'll stop. It's the only thing I've found actually works is you just ignore them. Ohtani coming up. Grounds this one through the shift and reaches with a 1-out single. The Rangers team will be fun to watch next year. They're going to get a good left fielder this offseason. I think they might even be a dark horse for Trey Turner because that seems to be the type of player they want. High contact hitter, consistent. Welcome in, Mantic. The Braves have a lot going on, mainly in this back end of that starting staff. They need somebody to fill in for Adam Duvall. They're also looking at bullpen help. I believe they're going to end up going after Jock Peterson, who's going to be available from the Giants. They had a lot of success with him last year, winning that World Series, of course. Anthony Rizzo down. It's down to a 3-2 count now. Yankees a strike away from losing to the Royals. But the Rangers should be a very fun team to watch starting next year. They're probably a starting pitcher and another hitter away from being serious contenders for a wild card spot. This year, I think they'll be close to 500, but not quite get there. Next year, they should cross over that line. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. That's a walk there to Rizzo. Yankees staying alive. Winning run coming to the plate now in the form of Gleyber Torres. Looks like we'll have a mound visit. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. But as far as pitchers that the Braves could go after, nothing big I don't expect. They don't have the prospect wherewithal to do it. They just traded away Drew Waters to rebuild some of that prospect depth. So I expect them to go for more of a cheaper option. Rizzo is lifted for a pinch runner. And Ohtani is retired on a double play in the Rangers game. A little bit of action in both of them. But the Braves are going to be looking for a starting pitcher. I think Drew Smyly might be a good piece for them. Smiley's pitched well for the Cubs this year. Maybe you do a stack and get David Robertson to kind of fill that bullpen as well. But that's the kind of pieces that the Braves are looking at making trades for, just adding around the periphery. It's kind of what they did last year. Remember when they made the trade for Jorge Soler, Eddie Rosario, Duvall, and Peterson? All of those were imports because their entire outfield was out due to injury. Any talks right now? Not yet. Nothing out in the news. There's no way they're getting Carlos Rodon, though. They're not willing to trade that prospect capital to do so. Their top prospect before the draft, anyway, was Drew Waters, and that's after he spent 3 straight years at AAA hitting .250 and just wasn't able to find any success. So the Royals are looking to have some success with him. We're willing to give up a draft pick to see if they could recapture some of that talent. Two and one to Gleyber Torres. The former Royal is on deck, and Andrew Benintendi. How fitting would that be if that game ended with Benintendi, who was just traded at the beginning of the series to the Yanks for a deal that included 3 minor league pitchers who are having good years in the lower levels. However, this one flied into center, and Gleyber Torres is retired. Ball game over. Yankees lose 8-6. Up to 403 subscribers. Appreciate you. I may switch this chat to a subscribers only. So if you haven't hit that subscriber button yet, please do so. Wasn't wanting to do it, but we're having a lot of spammers today. Let's see if we can weed them out. Only a few games left going right now. Dodgers and Rockies, Rangers and Angels, Twins and Padres. Dodgers comfortably in front in the top of the 8th right now. 6-3 over the Rockies. Rangers and Angels tied at 2 in the top of the 6th. Minnesota 2, San Diego 1 in the top of the 6th as well. Or bottom of the 6th anyway, sorry. Twins scratching across a run in the 5th and the 6th. Scoring in that game is all homers. Luis Arraez opened the scoring. Profar opened the scoring for the Padres, making it 1-0 San Diego. And then an Arraez homer in the 5th, then a Miranda homer in the 6th, makes it 2-1 Twins. Trent Grisham at the plate right now, hitting 190. He could be a piece that's moved in that Soto deal. If the Nationals think they can get a little bit of production out of him. He had a good year last year, has not duplicated that success this year. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support we've gained today. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate that. Twins are looking to add primarily pitching. They're said to be heavy in on Tyler Mahle, but the market is waiting for the Frankie Montas move to happen, and then all the losers in that sweepstakes are expected to pivot to Rodon and Mahle, Syndergaard as well. Once Mahle or Frankie Montas is traded anyway, the starting pitching market should really start to heat up. I'm hoping that happens today. Honestly, I'm hoping before Sunday Night Baseball. They could use an infielder. First basemen are going to be plentiful on the market. They have a rise who can play at a bunch of different positions. Miranda as well, Kirilloff as well. But maybe they go out and get a big bopper out there. Best one out there is probably Josh Bell, but I don't think there'll be a player for him. Think more of the lines of Garrett Cooper, Brandon Belt, players like that. But with the acquisition of Carlos Correa, they want to show him that they can compete for a title every year. Not that they're going to be swept in the postseason every year, which has been a problem in the past. They always seem to run into the buzzsaw that is the New York Yankees. Whatever it is, the Twins just can't seem to win against the Yankees in the postseason. Welcome in, Derek. Appreciate you. Sunday Night Baseball. Tonight is the Giants and Cubs. Giants are going to move likely Jock Peterson at the deadline, who's on the IL right now, Rodon, who's going to be opting out of his deal at the end of this season. Cubs have a number of different players who could be moved. Smiley, they could move a couple of their other starters as well. Robertson out of the bullpen. There's a couple other bullpen pieces that they have that they could move around. Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ probably bring the biggest return. Ian Happ is under control for one more year after this. Wilson Contreras, I believe, is a free agent at the end of this year. I believe. I could be wrong. Dodgers extend their lead now 7-3 over the Rockies. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Say hi in the chat. Got 22 of you guys that have been joining us over the past couple of minutes. Rangers are retired in the top of the sixth. We go to the bottom of the sixth in Anaheim. Yep. Now, of course, that doesn't mean it doesn't stop them from subscribing and doing it, but at least it'll make it one step harder for them. Besides, I pretty much catch him when he first starts anyway. Yeah, we had a spammer in our chat a few minutes ago that we finally switched the chat to subscribers only mode. So I apologize to those of you who aren't subscribers yet. Just hit that subscribe button, and you're more than willing to chat. You're more than free to chat with us. Tell us who you're watching out for at the trade deadline. The news today is that Brandon Drury is gaining a lot of technology, or gaining a lot of momentum out there. Oh yeah, you can put him in timeout, and you can do all kinds of stuff like that. Tried that, but he's going through different accounts. That's why he keeps doing it. Who are you saying is next to 20? Drury? Were you the one that was saying Chapman's the next to 20 earlier today? Or is that somebody else? I don't understand why the Cubs gave a contract pitch play at Wrigley Field. I'm surprised. Doesn't have a worse ERA. Well, Marcus Stroman's been very good over the past 3 years. Granted, he missed a year because he decided to hold out because of COVID, but COVID year was weird for everybody. Maybe another year, Stroman will have a little bit better numbers. Of course, the Cubs team isn't great this year, obviously. That's why they're selling at the deadline. But maybe a better catcher as well will work wonders for Stroman. That's part of the reason why Wilson Contreras is not having the same response that you might have expected a year ago. A lot of teams have questions about his ability to stay behind the plate, handle a pitching staff. So maybe a catcher with more of a defensive mindset back there would work wonders for him. That might be part of it too, but I think it's mainly the fact that the Cubs aren't a good team. They don't have the best defenders out there right now. Don't have a good catcher. Their manager, David Ross, works, but I don't think it works for the best right now. I think he's meant to be a front-running type of manager. I don't think he's the type to get the most out of a team that is going through a struggling season, if that makes sense. I wonder how much of a development type of a guy he is. He strikes me more as a Aaron Boone type of coach than a Chris Woodward of the Rangers or somebody like that. Don Mattingly of the Marlins. Originally, I thought Don Mattingly was strictly going to be a play from ahead type of manager. He's really impressed me the way he's been able to get the most out of the Marlins prospects. They haven't really invested in that team, but they've really gone a long way. He's actually got them playing close to 500 baseball. On Stroman, last year to this year, I actually have that up right now. Last year with the Mets, he had 17 home runs given up. This year, he's only allowed 8. What do you think the Milwaukee Brewers do at the deadline? I would like to add Joey Gallo or Josh Bell. Who else do the Brewers pick up at the trade deadline? You're not getting Josh Bell. I don't think you're going to outbid the Astros for him. Joey Gallo, I don't understand why you'd give up something for Joey Gallo. Now him as a DFA candidate and then coming there, taking some at-bats in left or right field might be a good fit. But other pieces that the Brewers could add, maybe a back-end starter. Think along the lines of Jose Quintana, Drew Smiley, Michael Wacha, Rich Hill, that type of candidate. And then bullpen. If they do move Josh Hader, which I don't think they will, like if I had to put a percentage on it, I'd put it at -5% chance that they trade Josh Hader. But if they do move him, they could use bullpen help. But they're a good team. Tweet from John Heyman. Blue Jays have been looking for big pen help, a starter, and a lefty bat. Ian Happ would fit their hitting need, but there's a lot of interest in him. Padres, Brewers, and perhaps the Braves are among others Happ would help. You got to think the Padres would only go after Happ if they miss out on Soto. Braves are a little bit surprising because it would be a little bit higher acquisition cost than I think they would be willing to pay. And the Brewers, same thing. Got to wonder about that acquisition cost. Another year left of control, hitting .282 this year. He's a good candidate to be traded, though. I'm very curious where he ends up going. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for all the likes and support. If you just subscribed to us, appreciate you. Thank you very much. As we get into the evening hours, I'm curious to see how the trade deadline is approached here. Usually the Sunday before the trade deadline, we see a bunch of movement. So we'll see if some of that starts to percolate here. Frankie Montas, I think, is the pitcher that has to move tonight to really get things going. If you're looking for a hitter, I think you're going to have to see Josh Bell and Soto move. Nationals kind of holding up everything right now. But their game finally concluded about an hour ago. It's only been an hour since the conclusion of that game. Of course, they're probably re-engaging with a bunch of teams as they get ready for the trade deadline. Through 6, Rangers and Angels remain tied at 2. In the bottom of the 8th now, Dodgers in front 7-3. Well, it lasted for a minute anyway before we had another spammer. Rockies won't give up German Marquez. No, they said they were not going to trade him at the deadline. Not really that surprising, though. Primarily because they have difficulty with pitchers in Colorado. If they find anybody who has any decent success in Colorado, they're going to pay them just because of how hard it is to pitch in Colorado. I gave the example of Greg Maddux earlier today. When Greg Maddux was early on in the season, the weather was cold. His ERA was a little higher because his off speed or because of his movement stuff wouldn't be as effective. He couldn't hit the corners as precisely. In the summer, he'd pitch a lot better because he had a better grip on the ball, that kind of thing. Colorado is very similar. You can change speeds very effectively, but you can't really move the ball right, left, up, and down as you would in other climates. That's why I don't think they're going to move players that they have success with in the rotation at all. A little bit surprised they gave up on John Gray, honestly, especially for the contract that he signed with the Rangers. But it seems like Gray kind of soured on the organization, especially with the Nolan Arenado stuff. Saw the writing on the wall of where that organization was headed. Even with the addition of Chris Bryant, I still wonder about their future. Do you think the Brewers need to pick up a good batter? Who would you pick? What do you think we could get for Hader? Hader, I think, probably gets you 3 or 4 good prospects, but I don't think that they move him. Every year they mention him, and I just don't think it's going to move. We would hear a lot more clamoring out of Milwaukee if there was. Who do I think they could pick up as a batter? There's a lot of names out there. A piece like Brandon Drury makes sense, kind of a multi-utility player. Ian Happ makes some sense, but I worry about the acquisition cost. Maybe go for cheaper options, platoon-type players. Culberson, for instance, of the Rangers would be a nice piece against left-handed pitching. Pieces like that, I think, are more what the Brewers are going to end up going with. What's for the plan for Colorado in the long term? I think you're looking at it, and it's not pretty. You saw the deal that they made with Nolan Arenado, sending him to St. Louis. They're eating some of that contract still as he's playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. Yet they turn around and use that same money that Nolan Arenado is getting paid to go out and get Chris Bryant. Granted, they did get some prospects out of it, but in the long run, they're right back to where they started. They just paid Daniel Bard to remain in their bullpen. They're not really going to be much better going forward. They're going to have to depend on internal growth. One of the players that you're looking at is Brendan Rodgers, McMahon anyway, to kind of continue his growth as well. But the Rockies are kind of stuck with where they're going to be for the next several years. You can look back at the videos that I made around the Chris Bryant signing. I was shocked that the Rockies, one, made the offer, and two, that Chris Bryant accepted the offer when I believe there were better offers out there from the Mariners at the time. The Padres, I believe, were still in the mix, as well as the Philadelphia Phillies. Welcome in, Zach. How's your trip? Gained a few subscribers today. We broke 400. So thank you guys for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Just saw that come up there. Appreciate that. Close to 20 likes. If you haven't hit the like button already, please do so. Thank you very much. Kind of bouncing between three different games right now. Dodgers versus Rockies, Rangers versus Angels, Twins versus Padres. Well, again, I worry about the pitching, though. You got to find pitchers who are good at not spin rate, which is what every other team is focusing on. You have to go about it differently. You need to go after pitchers with a vast difference in speeds, that kind of thing. Because you're not going to be able to move the ball in, out, up, and down. You're going to be focusing on speed, that kind of thing if you're a Colorado scout. But as far as developing position players, that's what they've tried to do. Brandon Rogers a top pick, McMahon a top pick. We got a couple of outfielders coming. Bickford gets the strikeout there and ends the eighth. To the ninth they go. 7-3, Dodgers on top. Reed Detmers for the Angels today is the starter. 2-2. He had an immaculate inning earlier today. The Rangers have had three of them pitched against them this year. Off speed, and Duran strikes out. Ooh. Garcia overslid the bag, but somehow got back in time before being tagged out. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Looks like they're actually calling him out because of Duran's swing, blocking the path. For the throw there. I don't know if they could make a killing. I think they got one piece to make a killing, and that's Shohei Ohtani. I think if you make him available, I think if the trade market really gets going, you get Soto to get done tonight to go to the Padres or the Cardinals or whoever, and then Ohtani would be one of the top pieces on the market. I think the Dodgers would have to respond with some big trade if Soto does go to the Padres. So then the Dodgers could turn around and trade Lux, May, Cartaya for Soto, or for Ohtani anyway. Welcome back, Jordan. Not too much. Just a couple of headlines, anyway. Is that the let's see if I can pull it up again. The Blue Jays are searching for Penn, a starter, and a lefty bat. They've inquired about Ian Happ, but the Brewers have also checked the tires on him, along with the Padres and Braves. That's about it. Soto and Marlin. That would be interesting. Never going to happen, but that would be interesting. Yeah, the contract does make him non-tradable. Other than the Astros, who do you think Bell will go to? I think it'd probably go the Mets' top choice for their DH spot is Josh Bell, but they already invested a little bit in Daniel Vogelbach. They already have options in JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez as a catcher, so I don't think they're going to go as high as the Astros might. And it's not going to be a big trade anyway. I don't think it's going to take your top prospect or your top 2 or 3 prospects or anything like that. But I do expect Josh Bell to move quickly. The trade deadline is officially less than 48 hours away. Here we go. See how frisky teams are going to get now. Thank you guys for joining us today. We'll be with you through Sunday Night Baseball tonight. Try to react to every single trade as they happen tonight. I'm expecting at least a couple of them. Hopefully we see Frankie Montas move tonight. Hoping we get the Juan Soto deal finally to unclog the hitting market. And I think we could see a trade for a catcher today, as that market isn't really being held up by anything. All right, Kenny. Yeah, I think the Soto situation is literally holding up every single one of the hitters not named Josh Bell. Pitching market, almost every single one of them is being held up by Frankie Montas. What's the Guardians' plan? What kind of money do they have to work with this year and in the future? Money? Nothing. They gave it all to Jose Ramirez. That's why they're going to have to trade a starting pitcher either at the deadline this year or in the offseason. The 2 names that have been bandied about are Shane Bieber and Zach Plesac. The Blue Jays, of course, have a lot of ties to the Guardians organization. Ross Atkins, their president of baseball ops, used to be the GM in Cleveland anyway. A lot of ties between the 2 organizations. I fully expect them to kick the tires on the Guardians pitchers. Do I expect them to move one of them? No, I don't. But we could see some movement if the Guardians want to tinker around with their roster a little bit. Kyle Farnsworth recently, the guy's yoked. I'll take your word for it. He wasn't a small guy anyway when he was playing. Isn't he like 6'5", 6'7" anyway? Not a small dude. Yeah. See if the Rangers bullpen can do any better than last night. Brock Burke is on the mound after not being available last night. A lot of talk among Rangers reporters about how poorly the bullpen has been managed over the past 2 months. They're like 5-25, 20. They're 5-23, 5 for 23. I don't know, something like that. The worst run or 1-run game record in the majors by far. The worst in MLB history was the Arizona Diamondbacks. That record was set last year. And of course, the Rangers are much better with Seager and Simeon, but just imagine how much better they would be if they won half of those one-run games. The problem for them is they don't have a closer. They had Joe Barlow. It hadn't worked out for him. Jose Leclerc a couple of years ago had a Tommy John. They had Emmanuel Clase, but they traded him for Corey Kluber a couple of years ago. I have not heard if they got an extension offer. Would make sense, though. Making it to the All-Star game this year. Burke gets the strikeout of Gosselin. I think he was the guy that Glenn Otto hit in the head yesterday off the brim of his cap. I guess he's okay. Padres have taken a 3-2 lead now against the Twins. Harper, I expect sometime in August. Albies was also expected to be back in August as well. I don't think that'll happen. Kirk isn't a catcher at this point either. He's more of a designated hitter than he is a catcher. Most of the games that he plays, he's at DH. That's why when he was voted in by the fans as a catcher, I was a little bit surprised. Not that he didn't earn it, but he's a DH. Dodgers 3 outs away from getting another victory today. Did I watch the Padres game last night? We did not. But the Twins did beat them 7-4. Musgrove, unfortunately, picking up the loss. Morahone, one of the names that's been bandied about in the Soto trade talks, giving up 4 runs, doing in the Padres. What are you referring to as far as the umps getting hit? Like if they get hit with a live ball? Say batter hits the ball and it hits the second base umpire, something like that. Or if a fielder throws it and actually plunks an umpire. Okay, so say the batter hits the ball and it hits the second base umpire. In my opinion, the batter should be given a single. Runners should advance to the net, or should advance 1 base if there's not an open base behind them. If there is an open base behind them, they should not advance. Now, if a fielder's trying to throw home and they hit the third base umpire, something like that, then I think it should just be an immediate dead ball. Runners stop where they're at. For instance, if you're going home and you hit the umpire with the ball, the run that's going home should score, but everybody else should stop right after that. They shouldn't be allowed to continue to keep running the bases. Yeah. Craig Kimbrel out for the Dodgers right now with a 4-run lead. It's not a save situation for him, but going to use him today anyway. Brock Burke 1 strike away from closing out the inning. This one lined into center and gets down in front of Tavares. Ward is on for the Angels in the bottom of the 7th. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe button yet, please do so. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. That way you'll be notified whenever we do go live again or when we post one of our short videos. We cover MLB, NBA, NHL, and the NFL. Training camp's coming up for the, well, training camp already open for most teams anyway, if not all of them. We'll be covering the Hall of Fame game next week, or this week anyway. Shohei Ohtani up there right now for the Angels. Has reached on a walk, a single, and a triple. Scored a run in the game for the Angels. Dynamic player. Thank you guys for joining us again. Appreciate it. Three 3-0 now to Ohtani. Heavy shift on for him against the Rangers right now. Culberson's not even midway out into right field. He's almost all the way out along the line now. That one just misses off the corner. 4-pitch walk to Ohtani, though. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Going to go through Sunday Night Baseball tonight, cover all the trades that happened today. Hopefully, as these games kind of wrap up and we get into Sunday Night Baseball, we'll actually see some movement now. Only seen one very minor trade so far today, Devin Machado being traded by the Cubs to the San Francisco Giants. Rengifo hits this one out to right center. Nice leaping catch there by Tavares, and that's the end of the threat for the Angels. Through 7, it's still 2-2. Just kind of recap everybody on where the trade deadline is. Right now, everything's being held up by a couple of moves. The hitters, of course, being held up by Juan Soto. 3 teams in on the mix for him: Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers. Frankie Montas holding things up on the pitching side. That's down to a 3-horse race as well. Cardinals, Yankees, and Blue Jays. Yankees are going to end up with a starter at some point. Blue Jays, though, are in most need of a starter. That offense has really come on over the last couple of weeks. They look like the favorite I thought they'd be to start the season. Matt Chapman's come on strong. Surprisingly, that one gets over the head of Bellinger and goes all the way to the wall. Rockies have a man on in the bottom of the 9th with 1 out. Got a lot of work to do, though. Kimbrel up to 16 pitches now. Little bit of news out of the NFL. NFL disciplinary officer Sue Robinson, the one who's handling the Deshaun Watson case, is set to issue her decision tomorrow. That'll be very interesting. See what kind of impact it has on the Browns. If he's going to miss a little bit of time, if he's going to miss 6 games, if he's going to miss 10, or if he's going to be out the entire year. Got to think there will be an appeal either way afterward, depending on how it goes. Ryan Tepera is on for the Angels against the Rangers there. He's been a name mentioned at the trade deadline in years past. We'll see if he gets moved this year. Angels are not in playoff contention as much as they would like to tell their fans that they actually are. I understand LA is a competitive market, and it's all about titles to stay competitive in that market, but you aren't winning. You've been the worst team in baseball since the end of May. Culberson has been lifted for Smith. No, I think that the Nationals are pretty much accurate in saying that they want to get the biggest trade for Soto that they possibly can. If they're willing to take Corbin for free, sure, but they're not going to say, hey, we'll give you a discount if you take Corbin. I think the Nationals would rather eat that salary over the next couple of years than diminish their return, especially when their team's not going to be great over the next couple of years. Got to wait for those prospects to actually hit the big leagues. And Corbin's a perfect guy for that. And hey, if he's able to fix it over the remainder of this year anyway, maybe you flip him in the offseason while you eat some of that salary, of course, for prospects in return. I understand the contract looks horrible right now as Kimbrel gets the strikeout for the 2nd out of the inning. Dodgers 1 out away from the victory. But I don't think there's any reason for Corbin to be a part of those talks unless you're willing to take him for free. Now, if you were a title contending team, the Nationals needed the space to be able to sign somebody this offseason, sure, but they're not. Three and 2 now to Smith in the Angels and Rangers game. No, I think the Padres could do it if they wanted to. The Dodgers obviously could if they wanted to, but everybody's going to be looking to save salary, especially when they got to find a $500 million salary for Soto going forward. Swing and a miss by Smith, and he is out on strikes. As much starting pitching as the Padres have, they wouldn't really want to take him on. The Cardinals, maybe that's a situation where they could take advantage of the Nationals after a trade for Soto, but not as part of a deal for Soto. Dodgers do win it 7-3. Looking good as they get closer to the trade deadline. Every team trying to make it a little bit better around the periphery. Only 2 games going right now. Rangers and Angels tied at 2 in the top of the 8th. Padres in front of the Twins 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. Yeah, but I still don't see the reason why you tack on Corbin. The second you say, hey, take this extra $30 million a year, teams are going to be like, what? I thought we just hammered out a deal. Nice pitch by Tepera there. Gets the strikeout. That makes some sense. And at the same time, it doesn't make any sense. Just keep both of the bad contracts with both of the teams and then try to offload them with different deals. There's no need to complicate the Soto deal, especially if you're the Padres. You're trying to get the best player in the game. Well, one of the best players in the game. Nice piece of fielding there by Walsh, an over-the-shoulder catch. Through 7.5. Still 2-2. Welcome back, Wyatt. Yeah, I think y'all are overthinking it. When you're talking about money with these clubs, like there's no need for the Nationals to try to offload Corbin in the deal for Soto. Sure, they might want to save money. Sure, it might free up some payroll going forward, but it does nothing for them in the next 2 years, whether they have him or they don't. So why not wait until you're able to rebuild his value? As for the Padres, say they do indeed say Corbin has to be included in this deal. The whole reason they're doing it is to save money. They're not going to take back Hosmer and Myers. You're going to have to flip Hosmer and Myers in other deals if you decide to do that. I don't think it'll get that close to the deadline. I think for this type of a deal, all the medicals that are going to have to be done, this deal is going to have to be consummated, or at least pretty much nailed down probably tonight. We don't hear anything about it till probably Monday morning. Players are notified, health checks are done, and then maybe by morning on Tuesday would be okay. Okay. Grisham sends this one out to the warning track and left for the second out in the bottom of the 7th. But I think for this deal to get done, almost all the groundwork has to be set tonight. What deal is going to be made? Which players are going to go where? The only thing you're going to be doing tomorrow is dotting the I's and crossing the T's. But for all intensive purposes, the deal will probably have to be agreed to tonight in order to get done by the trade deadline. You already know Soto's healthy, but what about the rest of the prospects? You have Abrams, who's had his injury issues this year. Out of all those prospects, you got to make sure there's no medical red flags in there. We've seen deals nixed for less. Now, will we hear about it tonight? Maybe. They might be able to trade the money on it. I don't know if they could do that or not, if that's against the collective bargaining agreement. The Rangers, for instance, are still paying Prince Fielder. I don't know if they could trade that money. I'd imagine you're able to. I know you can in hockey anyway. But Bobby Bunny is only making like $1 million per year from the Mets. That's more of a PR thing. That's good for the Mets at this point. And yes, I did say good for the Mets just because it puts them back in the headlines, even if it is for a mistake they made, 20 years ago now? That was a nice piece of pitching there by Brock Burke, getting the strikeout. Appreciate you guys sending the likes and the subscriptions. Really appreciate it. You really want to get off of that Patrick Corbin contract, don't you, Emily? So your least favorite player on that team or something? That one fumbled around a little bit by the Twins outfield. Runners now on first and third anyway, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. He's Mike Rizzo's. You mean Mike Rizzo's guy? Well, almost everybody on that roster is at this point. He's Mike Rizzo's least favorite. Okay. Manny Machado digging in for the Padres. Fouls that one back to the screen. 0-1. Another strikeout there for Brock Burke. Nasty off-speed pitch. He's been fantastic today. He's been fantastic this year. Who am I kidding? Arbitration, who's the biggest budget superstar in my opinion? Probably Ronald Acuna. After that extension he signed, he's probably the biggest bargain in all of baseball and will be for the next decade. But as far as like players that go through the arbitration process, that's a good deal. I mean, there's always a few of them out there, but by far the best one is Ronald Acuna. Ozzie Albies as well is up there. Braves did a nice job getting both of those locked up to good contracts for very long periods of time. Another swing and a miss. 1-2 now to Brendan Marsh. Machado down 1-2 in the Padres game. Watching them kind of side by side anyway. At strike 3, Burke strikes out the side. He looks fantastic right now. Rangers don't trade him at all, but if they did, he would command quite a hefty price as a controllable multi-inning lefty reliever out of the pen. Maybe even could start for you. He's been fantastic. But to the 9th we go. Little tapper up the middle. The flip onto first, and the side is retired. Padres in front 3-2 as we go to the top of the 8th. Twins will have Correa, Polanco, and Garlick up. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Hit that like button and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Just waiting for the first couple trades of the day to happen. Once these games get in the books, hopefully we'll start to see some movement as Sunday Night Baseball gets underway. It's been a slow news day so far, surprisingly. Only little drips and drabs here and there. Great view of the Southern California coast on the Rangers and Angels broadcast. Remember, we'll be sticking with you guys through Sunday Night Baseball. Cubs and Giants, both of whom are expected to sell at the deadline. So maybe we'll see some players literally pulled off the field during Sunday Night Baseball. Remember to stay with us here on YouTube, live chat with us. Make sure you subscribe. That way you can take part in the chat. Tommy Edman, he's up there. He certainly is. Best player on a low contract right now, maybe Martin Perez. 1 year, $4 million. Has a 2.5 ERA over 100 innings pitched. All-star. Brandon Drury on a cheap deal, $900,000 with a 900 OPS, something like that, 850 OPS. Welcome in, Jason. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate that. Welcome in, Caleb. Yeah, Drury's going to be moved. I think he might be moved today. If I had to handicap the race, the 3 teams that were mentioned in the tweet earlier today were the Dodgers, Mariners, and Braves. I'd put Mariners 1, Braves 2, Dodgers 3 in the sweepstakes for Drury. Tavares fouls that one off, and it's 2-2. 1 and 2 on Correa. Line back up the middle, but right at the second baseman, and Correa is retired. 1 away in the top of the 8th. Yeah. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Reds did make that trade probably around 9:30 last night, so we'll see if they make something similar again. Looks like Tavares is going to reach on a high chopper over the mound. Speed kills. See if the Rangers can win a one-run game for once anyway. They were in this position 2 nights ago, but they scored like 6 runs in the 9th. Fly ball out to right. Profar makes the catch, or Ruiz makes the catch anyway, and Garlick is retired. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Cronenworth, Voigt will be due up first for the Padres. Two 2-0 now in to Jonah Heim in the Angels and Rangers game. Little note says Jonah Heim's hitting .333 in the 9th inning this year. Maybe we'll see some late inning fireworks there. Not too far away from Sunday Night Baseball, about 25 minutes away. I don't know. It seems like it's Cardinals and Padres. The Dodgers seem to have stepped back in those sweepstakes. My wonder is if they're holding out for Shohei Ohtani if he really becomes available. I mean, MLB TV is there, but that's not like the red zone, as you're describing it, where you flip between key moments in other games. Of course, there really is only like the red zone only goes between the 20-yard line and in. There's key moments where you see like a 70-yard touchdown pass that they'll do highlights of. But you'll see live cut-ins during games for that kind of a thing. But there's not really a way to do a red zone type thing for baseball. Baseball does the MLB whip around on FS1. It's probably the closest thing that you see to a red zone type of broadcast. 3-0 to Jonah Heim. And make it a walk. Rangers have 2 on with nobody out. Angels struggling to find the strike zone right now. No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it's more driven by the fact that Ohtani wants to win baseball games. And they obviously are not winning in LA. They're not on pace to win anything. They haven't been in playoff contention. They've had 2 of the top 3 best players in all of baseball the past 3 years and have done diddly squat with it. And so I think Ohtani sees the writing on the wall that he wants to go elsewhere. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. So I think Ohtani's just going to want out when free agency rolls around. And I think the Angels would be wise to trade him now. Trading him in the offseason or at the deadline next year really diminishes your return. Right now you can get premium assets. Just look at a trade with the Dodgers, what that might get you. Dustin May, Gavin Lux, Cartaya, their top prospect, and maybe a couple other pieces as well. That really changes the outlook for your organization going forward if you're an Angels fan. Sure, he's going to be in the LA market if you do that type of a trade, but them's the breaks. And now, as far as like the Mike Trout injury, he's expected to come back here shortly. Ohtani to the Padres. I think they're going after Soto first. Maybe this offseason they could make a swing at Ohtani, but I think right now their priority is pairing Soto, Machado, and Tatis Jr. The 1-1 pitch to Nathaniel Lowe. Fouled down the third base line, and it's 1-2 in that Rangers game. Cronenworth is ahead 3-1 now on Moran for the Twins. Correa is underneath it. Gets the first out of Cronenworth. Yeah. Wynn not getting a championship was messed up. Trout not getting one would be just about as messed up as well. Well, I wonder a little bit about that because this offseason we saw that the Yu Darvish tried to recruit Seiyu Suzuki to the Padres. They just weren't able to go as far as the Cubs were. They went 6 years, $99 million total with posting fee as Lowe strikes out. 1 out now in the Angels' ninth inning. I don't have a donation thing yet anyway, but just trying to get subscribers, see if I can get to the monetization level. I have been working on a podcast. I've got that almost set up through Anchor, and then I'm working on a Patreon as well. Sasaki's 20 years old. I think he's just too young. If I had to guess, I don't know much about him at all, but if I had to guess why he's not coming to the States yet, it's because he's so young. Now, once we get the international draft hammered out, be interesting to see what they end up doing there. But if I had to guess, it'd probably be because of his youth. 3-0 now to Garcia. Garcia is a player who's struck out a lot over the past, 2 months, and yet you can't find the strike zone. Really don't want to see a walk here if you're an Angel fan. That would load the bases in the top of the ninth. It was Keystone Cops a couple of nights ago for the Angels in the ninth, hoping to avoid that again. Thanks, Jason. There's a walk to Garcia, and the bases are indeed loaded. This will probably be a pitching change here. They've already had one mound visit this inning. Yep. Nevin the dugout makes a signal for the bullpen. Yeah, because of all the particulars in the move, I think Soto trade, if it gets announced tonight as far as the pieces that are moving, et cetera, I don't think the trade becomes official probably until Tuesday at this point, just because of all the moving pieces. Welcome back, Michael. Josh Bro and Oswald Peraza for Frankie Montas is being discussed. That would be shockingly low, in my opinion, for Frankie Montas. But hey, if the Yankees can get him for that. Yeah, there should be other pieces involved for that. I think I've said a few times now, Soto, I think, goes to the Padres. That's the trade package I would prefer out of the two. Now, does he end up going there? I don't know. I'd probably put it 55-45 that he goes to Padres at the moment. Just because I think when push comes to shove, when the Mike Rizzo says, hey, AJ Preller, final offer, I'm going to take the Cardinals deal if you don't do this, I think Preller will say, okay, fine. Where'd you get that one about the Jays out on Montas? Yeah. Welcome back, Moneymaker. Yeah, that Bumgarner's contract is quite exorbitant. Iglesias is on. He ran into some trouble yesterday, but was able to complete the save. Do I think the Mariners overpaid for Castillo? No, I think that's about right. Although I think for the future of the Reds, they're going to look very good. Now, Rodon going to Toronto makes sense as well, because I think they would be willing to offer him a contract after the year. Absolutely not. Did they give up a lot? Absolutely, but he's by far the best starter on the market this year. Line drive into the right center field gap by Duran, and that's going to get down. That's probably going to score 3. Rangers take the lead in the 9th. Yep, they do score. All 3 runners come around to score 5-2. Texas takes the lead in the 9th. They're going to try to build that bullpen out. That makes sense. They're going to need some pitching, though. I think they need to at least get a number 4 or 5 starter to eat innings down the stretch. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate both of you guys who just subscribed. Thank you very much. You remember that Joey Gallo trade from last year? The guy who hit that double? Ezekiel Duran, part of that return for Joey Gallo. Yankees have to get Montas. A's really like Peraza, so I think a deal gets done. Well, I think the Astros, the Athletics do need a shortstop prospect to go into their system. That's one spot they could use somebody. Peraza would fit that bill, but it would take somebody else. Waldichuk that you mentioned earlier would make a lot of sense, giving him a high-end pitching prospect. Something like that would make a lot more sense to me. Waldichuk, Peraza, catching prospect, and maybe a lower-end prospect as well. 4 for 1 is probably what it's going to end up doing. Cole Calhoun flies this one out to left. This time it's caught by Thomas. 2 away in the top of the 9th. Lopez is probably not going to get traded. I think his performance today probably squandered any trade chances for him. Syndergaard is a 3.88 ERA. I don't think he moves. don't think he moves for as much as people think he will. He's on a $21 million deal, so if you're willing to eat the contract and not give up a lot, that makes some sense. Yeah. Lopez makes sense to move next year, but I do think they move one of their starters at the deadline this year. Yeah, as long as Castillo signs an extension with the Mariners, that trade looks really good for the M's. Thank you guys for joining us. Got about 23 of you guys in the chat right now, or 23 of you guys watching us. Join the chat, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you guys joining us. Smith rolls out to end the inning, but the Rangers take the lead 5-2. To the bottom of the ninth we go. Jonathan Hernandez coming on out of the bullpen. Wow, 25 of you guys. Thank you guys. Really appreciate all the support. Welcome. Sunday Night Baseball about to get underway. Now, the Yankees getting a guy like Carlos Rodon, I think, really moves the meter for them. But I think for Rodon, you're going to have to give up some premium assets. Maybe not Volpe level, but you're going to have to give up 3 of your probably top 5 or 6 prospects. You're not going to be able to get away with sending away your 10, 11, and 12 prospect. Especially after the trade we saw for Castillo kind of reset the market for starting pitching. Yep. And they'd have all that money to go out there and try to acquire Aaron Judge in the offseason. That'd be like the nightmare scenario for Yankees fans. Luis Ariz up with 1 out in the top of the ninth. Twins down to their final 2 outs. Yeah. I think Castillo's just been overlooked a lot by everybody else just because he's been on the Reds. Hunter Green's the future there. Reds should be good probably in about 3 or 4 years when those infield options that they just acquired from the Mariners kind of take shape. Nice catch there by Kim. 2 outs as Ariz is retired. I don't know about that one. I think the White Sox are going to be a lot better in the second half of this year, especially with Lynn getting healthier. Do the Milwaukee Brewers need a starting pitcher with Woodruff, Burns, Freddie, and Ashby? They do need a 5th starter, I think, just to kind of lengthen out that rotation, give them options in case of injury down the stretch. Who's this year's Jose Barrios? You think it could be Lucas Giolito? I don't think the White Sox are in that type of position, though. Quintana would be good for the Brewers. Wasn't he there, though, and didn't perform? I can't remember. Gio Gonzalez, no. I thought after the Cubs, I thought he went there. How long has he been away from the Cubs? Is this his first year away from the Cubs with the Pirates? I can't remember. Maybe he went to LA. I can't remember. You're right about that, Moneymaker. I think they should go after, in the perfect world, I think they should go after Shohei Ohtani. He would be box office for them and give them cover in case Aaron Judge does indeed leave. Padres win it 3-2. Only 1 game left at the moment. 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. Yeah. Faced one of the best hitters in the ninth, too, in Luis Ariz. Two worst team owners. I don't know about that. Rockies' ownership is pretty dang bad, though. They don't get any pub because, well, it's Colorado, but still. The front office just hasn't done anything right for the Angels. Artie Moreno isn't exactly the greatest owner, but the worst? I've seen worse. Jalen's Dolan in basketball. I don't really like the Chicago Cubs ownership right now because they decided to jettison all these players away from their young core, Bryant, Schwarber, Rizzo, etc. And instead of, they said because they didn't have enough payroll to do so, to keep all those players, they thought they were going to go ahead and reset their calendar. Well, then he's in negotiations to acquire a Premier League team. That doesn't make sense either. The 2-2, well outside, 3-2. Yeah, the Phillies are said to not give up their number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 top pitching prospects. They got to move someone to be able to do something like that. I think ultimately Dombrowski will cave and give up at least a couple of those in a melee deal. Ouch. Hernandez is hit with a broken bat, but records the out. 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. I'm sure they'll come out and check on him. Looks like he might have gotten hit in the foot by the bat. Yep, nailed him in the foot, but at least it wasn't with the pointy end. Looks like he's fine. Got to worry about that with the guy coming back from injury after missing a year. Still has not given up a run. Who could the Brewers trade away? Hauser. Can we trade Brewers' third catcher on the active roster to free up a bullpen or a batter? Yeah, they'll probably end up doing something like that. That would make some sense for them. But who could they trade away? Well, they're always built, or they always got to focus on their prospects. You don't want to give away your top end pieces. Chuang is at AAA this year. He was formerly one of their top 3 or 4 prospects at the beginning of the year. Maybe you could move him and get a quality piece back, or maybe a grab bag full of prospects like the Yankees have done the last couple of years at the deadline. The Gallo trade and the Benintendi trade are examples of that. Oh, I think the Yankees are not wealthy in prospects at all. Sorry. They've got one blue chipper in Volpe. Peraza was a blue chipper at the beginning of the year. Now he's not necessarily the same quality, but he's still a good piece. Walderchuk's a nice piece out there for him. The catcher as well that they have. And then Dominguez has really dropped off a little bit. Gained a lot of weight. I know a lot of Yankees fans are really excited about him when he got signed by them. The Martian comments and everything, but in high A, he's hitting 219. Of course, next year he'll probably come back and perform a lot better, but that weight is the concerning part for him. The rest of them, the rest of the Yankees prospects, outside of the ones they just traded, Dominguez is not killing it. Sorry. He's hitting 219. In the minors this year as a whole, he's hitting about 260. between A and low or high A ball. Honestly, I thought he could have used more time at single A. A little bit surprising that they promoted him, especially with the weight concerns that they have. But they've had a lot of regression among their top minor leaguers out there. They got some blue chippers, though, I like, in Walderchuk. Austin Wells has been a good hitter for them in the minors. I do like him. The rest of it's not too exciting for me. What? Who are you saying is the most exciting to you out of that group? Three and two on Joe Adell. Hernandez set, and the pitch. Did he go around? Looks like he did. That's the end of the ball game. Rangers win it 5-2. Hernandez gets his first career save. Dominguez. Okay. Y'all are way too high on Jason Dominguez. Baseball America has dropped Dominguez down to their number 7 prospect for the Yankees. Their scouting report says one of the first things evaluators note about Dominguez is the way his body has changed. He has thickened up considerably into a much stockier player, which leads to questions about whether he can stick in center field. He's already slowed down and now earns grades closer to average than double plus times they saw as when they were scouting him originally. If he moves to the corner, his average arm, which is also backed up, will play in right field. At the plate, went through extensive growing pains and dealing with pitchers who are more experienced and knew how to attack him with spin. The quality of his at-bats and swing decisions got better as the season went on, culminating in his rise in September last year. Outside evaluators showed plenty of excellent impact. Outside evaluators noted plenty of excellent impact on contact. He's produced average and maximum velocities between 86 and 111 in his time in A-ball. And minor leaguers, they move them around all the time just in case they get blocked at the major league level. Just look at the Yankees. They have Stanton and Judge at the corner outfield spots. Stanton signed for the next billion years, it seems like. Judge, if they extend him on a 10-year deal, he's not going to be able to play the corner. You're telling me Dominguez, who's put on weight and is no longer has the speed to play center, you're going to play him in center? Aaron Judge is playing center for you right now because you don't have another option. But how long are you going to keep his bat in center field and let it wear down over the course of 162 games? So that's why you have to move them around in the minors to improve their value. Don't get me wrong, I love the raw power potential of Jason Dominguez, but let's slow down a little bit. And y'all, the way y'all talked up Miguel Andujar, oh my goodness, you'd have thought he was the second coming. Every single trade conversation y'all had last year was, how good is Miguel Andujar in a trade for Joey Gallo? Yeah, I think the Angels do regret it. They should have acquired a starting pitcher. Then maybe they would have ended their postseason less streak. Roderick Arias. He's hitting 200 this year. He's still way too young to really have anything to hope on for Arias. He's 17, so we'll see what he becomes in a couple of years. Too young to make a decision one way or the other on him yet. Alrighty, all the games have gone final now except for the Sunday night game. Alrighty. Now that we're at the Sunday night game, let's hopefully see some trades happen finally. You got to earn those at bats, buddy. Zero. I don't think the Padres are in on starters. I think they might be willing to deal one of their starters that's underperforming because they got really good starters this year. And in case you guys are wondering, Miguel Andujar is 27. Let's stop acting like he's a 19-year-old phenom. He's got 49 at bats as a 27-year-old. He had 154 last year. Didn't get much time the previous 2 years, and then got a full year's worth of at bats in 2018, where he hit 27 home runs. Y'all are living off of what he did in 2018. Sorry. And it's not like the Yankees couldn't have used a third baseman out there. So you're telling me you guys know more than what the Yankees' own people are seeing? That'd be a little surprising because they have like 9 starting pitchers on their roster. Morel hits this one into this, close to the seats. Will it get out? Nice leaping catch there. That one stays in the park. First out of the game. A loud one. Rodon nodding in approval there. Nice play. Luis Gonzalez making that play right at the wall. But no, I don't think they're going to go after Montas. I don't think they're going to be even close on those negotiations. Sounds like they're just pivoting a little bit, saying that, hey, we might go in a different direction if we don't get things going here. Wilson Contreras due up next. That one misses very high. This will be Rodon's final start as a member of the Giants, I believe. I think they will end up dealing him before the deadline. They are 1 game under 500 at the moment. The kid's slug is at 900. Are we looking at the same player? His slug this year, 286. His slug the previous year, 383. His slug the previous year, 355. The previous year, 128. Now, OPS, that's the one that usually gets over the 9 mark. 555 this year, 667 the previous year, 635 the previous year, 271 the previous year. His best year, his slug was 855. Yeah, and there's also a reason no teams ponied up for him. Sorry. Not sorry. I just never understood Yankees fans always saying how good Miguel Andujar is, yet he can't even make the starting lineup for a team that needs a third baseman. Now we're starting to get a little bit more headlines as we approach Sunday Night Baseball. John Heyman saying that Ian Happ and Wilson Contreras are players of interest for the Padres. That's been reported multiple times before. Yeah, the Rangers had that problem when they hung on to Mike Alt too long. They hung on to Nomar Mazara too long. They hung on to Jurickson Profar too long. Miguel Andujar is just the next in a long line of that type of player. You're saying there are many teams that want Miguel Andujar. Okay, well then why don't the Yankees build a trade around Miguel Andujar to get Frankie Montas if he's such a good player? Don't mean to sound it so negative against Miguel Andujar. I mean, he's 27 years old. He's had his chance with the Yankees. Time for him to move on to a different team. Is he ever going to be a league average player? I don't think so. Base hit up the middle there. Nice job, Ian Happ. A lot of players in this game are on the trade block. We'll see how they all do tonight. I'm sure there are a lot of eyes on this game. The lefty set. And the pitch to Suzuki. Fouled off down the first base line. 0-1. Just keeping an eye on Twitter just to see if anything breaks for y'all. What outcry. As much as Yankee fans have been clamoring for Miguel Andujar to have some level of success, it's a little ridiculous. Y'all don't seem to see that, though. Ground ball there. Side is retired. Rodon gets out of the first. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Thank you guys for joining us for Sunday Night Baseball. Hopefully we'll see some trades tonight. Frankie Montas holding up things on the starting pitching market. Maybe we'll see some movement there. Yeah. Carpenter's been fantastic for the Yankees. Changed his swing, was given a chance by the Rangers to kind of see what talent he had with that new swing in the minors. They just didn't have a room for him on the major league roster. With Mitch Garver's injury, he had to be at DH. So they released him and allowed him to go to another team. Yankees were the beneficiary of that. Is Taylor Trammell ever going to be anything other than two great future game performances? Maybe, maybe not. He's part of that outfield depth that the Mariners have. The Yankees are going to do nothing at this trade deadline. They got here, or their big bat and Benintendi. If they don't do anything, my worry about the Yankees from the beginning of the season is still there. Starting pitching. They are not going to go very far in the postseason if they don't acquire a starter. They need somebody. Anybody to help. Anyway, I'm not a singer. Adrian Sampson, former Mariner, Ranger, and now Cub. I've been trying, Husker. Been waiting for these trades to come, and they just haven't come yet today. We've gained quite a bit today, actually, though. We started with 387 to start the day. We are at, let me refresh it real quick, 407. That's 20 subscribers in a day. So thank you guys for joining. Are the other clubs waiting on the Padres to see what they do as far as Soto? I think they are, mainly because the hitting market is so tied up in it. Soto to the Dodgers, huh? I don't know about that. I don't see anything yet. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Hoping for a Juan Soto trade news tonight. Honestly, that would really get things going on the trade market. But no, Soto has not been traded yet. Allen's hit hard down the line, but foul. 3-2. Soto's going to be moved. It's just a matter of whether or not they can finally get their all their ducks in a row before the deadline, or if it's going to be after the season. I think it's going to happen here at the deadline. Welcome in, Dawson. Appreciate you joining us. I was talking earlier about what a trade package for Soto might be if the Dodgers did something like that. You'd have to imagine Dustin May would have to be there, Gavin Lux, Diego Cartaya, and a few other prospects as well to kind of round out the package. That's also the package I think they'll end up giving for Ohtani if he goes there. Okay, Husker. I don't think that far. I think if the Cards are going to get something like that done, they're going to probably have to include 3 of their major leaguers on their roster now, as well as 3 of their top prospects, 6-for-1 type of a deal. And then even then, I think the Padres would come back and counter that and make an even better offer. All right, Husker. Yeah, I do. We get a lot of spammers sometimes. I let them have a little bit of fun, and then if they go too far, get rid of them. Juan Soto has made it clear to the Nationals that he wants his future settled. Of course, the Nationals are going to say that they're not going to let him dictate their market. It's kind of the news since the end of the Nationals game, telling reporters that he wants this over with. Yeah, I think that's about what we expected it to be all along. I mean, you heard him from the very outset say immediately after he declined that $440 million offer over 15 years that the Nationals were going to look for a Kevin Durant type of return. Well, the Durant return was, if y'all have paid any attention to the sweepstakes in the NBA, they got like 4 first-round picks for Rudy Gobert, as well as some young pieces and expiring contracts. That's what Rudy Gobert went to. The Minnesota Timberwolves took that same package and offered it to the Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn Nets turned around and said, no, we want your 2 best players in addition to that for Kevin Durant, both of whom are under the age of like 27, I believe. Anthony Edwards, the former number 1 pick in the draft. So kind of tells you what the Nationals were hoping for in a trade. I always expected it to be at least 5 top prospects, if not 6 or 7, depending on the quality of the prospects. And maybe maybe the Nationals would chip in a reliever or 2 to make it feel a little less one-sided. Oh, he's going to be moved this year. It's going to happen at least by the winter meetings, but I believe it's going to happen here at the trade deadline. Nice strikeout there by Sampson. Thank you for the subscribe. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. That package would be pretty close. I think you're probably going to need maybe 1 more piece on the end of that, and maybe the Dodgers get another reliever as well. They just made the trade for Chris Martin as well from the Cubs. Maybe that gets it close to being done, but that's kind of the best package that the Dodgers are going to have. Brennan Belt one of the many first basemen on the market right now. He's actually from East Texas, not too far from where I'm from, or where I'm at right now. He actually does local TV commercials here as well. You're going to pull that shit again? Okay, Husker. That's enough. You did that before. You're not doing it again. As Belt strikes out looking. Through one, no runs, one hit, no errors for the Cubs. No runs, one hit, no errors for the Giants. Yankees, Angels, Nats are going to do nothing and trade dead. Goodbye. Well, I'm from Texas anyway, so my favorite teams are the Texas Rangers, Dallas Stars, Dallas Mavericks, and unfortunately the Dallas Cowboys. But I originally from South Dakota, so I grew up with the Minnesota teams. You'll donate me $100 if they do nothing. Or if they do something. I'm sure they all do something. The Angels are at least going to sell off a few pieces. I'm not sure if they sell Ohtani. In fact, if Soto doesn't get at least close to being done tonight, I don't think Ohtani moves at all. The Yankees are definitely going to get a starting pitcher. I think they're going to acquire some bullpen as well. The Nats are going to trade Josh Bell today or tomorrow. They have a couple of relievers they can move. But all of that hinges around the big stuff that they want to do in Juan Soto, Frankie Montas, things like that are holding up the market right now. Well, I agree that the Yankees are using the press right now quite liberally. I think they were using John Heyman a lot yesterday. John Heyman usually doesn't get used by teams, but I think he's trying to ingratiate himself again with the Yankee and Mets organizations. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Well, that I liked the Astros back in the day when Moises Alou was there, Richard Hidalgo, Jeff Bagwell. Those are teams I could really get behind. But with the losing that they did for basically alienating the entire fan base, and then all they got from Texas was a whole bunch of bandwagon fans. They weren't there when the team was losing at all, and all the fan base was always there for all the cocky play of Carlos Correa and George Springer, and I couldn't stand that. So that made me get even further away from the team. Now that those players are gone, I'm starting to follow them a little bit more. Doesn't mean I like them, but I don't dislike them anymore. And I really like Dusty Baker. I've always liked him as a manager. The addition of him after all the trash can scandal, blah, 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 that you want to say happened or didn't. Honestly, it's just time for baseball to move forward. It's a black eye on the sport. But who is the surprise player you think will get moved? I'm not sure if he will get moved, but the surprise I would hope for if I'm a Phillies fan is Xander Bogaerts. Now the Red Sox have already said no, we're not trading you. They told the player that already. Um, if I had to put a percent chance on it happening, 1%. Do I think it's likely at all? No. But it would be a great move for them. It probably gives them the ability to get their foot in the door on his free agency. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you. But that would be the surprise I would hope for. The other surprise would be if Soto and Ohtani both got done. I don't think both will get done at this point. If they have any chance, Soto has to get done tonight. What would the Brewers take to get Quintana and Reynolds? What would they have to give up? There's no way they're getting Reynolds. That's not happening. Reynolds has already had his name in the rumor mill up until this point. Pirates brass have already let it know that they're not going to move him. Now they've said so as far as their closer Bednar, but I think relievers are easier to move. And so if they're willing to push the envelope a little bit further, maybe we see something like that. Welcome in, Chase. Soto to Tampa, that would be very different for them. Of course, they were in on Freddie Freeman this offseason, and even at a high price point, too. Thanks, Moneymaker. I think we probably see a trade at least sometime in the next 24 hours for the Yankees. Of course, they already did something. They added Benintendi. But I think they're still going to do more. That starting pitching is the problem and has been since the start of the season. They need to do something to address it. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. But who would the Rays give up? I don't think there's a chance that happens. Who would they give up? No idea. What days and time do you usually stream? Sundays, I usually stream the early game and the late game of the day. With football coming up, I'll try to stream the Hall of Fame game, and probably Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays during the football season. With baseball going on right now, I try to do a doubleheader on Saturdays if I can, Wednesdays as well. And Tuesday, I try to do a day game if there is one, and then the nightcap. Try to do a doubleheader. With the trade deadline, we'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. With the deadline coming up, I will be streaming basically from around 10 o'clock in the morning till probably about 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon after the trade deadline passes. This one lifted into center. Nice catch there by Slater. Yeah, we'll have the MLB network up. I really like the way they do their coverage, but they're always delayed in the way they announce their news. So you have to follow along on Twitter, follow along on MLB trade rumors, follow along on a bunch of other sources, and try to get all the information as best you can, and then you'll be able to get all the information as soon as you can. So we'll try to accumulate all of that for you here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button here and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Am I a Raiders fan? No, but I like the Raiders. I like the move they made to finally get a number one receiver in Adams. Derek Carr, I think, is underrated. I liked where the team was headed before John Gruden was let go. The way they were able to keep their season afloat after he was gone really showed me a bunch about what that team was built on. I'm worried a little bit about their new hire at head coach anyway, McDaniels. We'll see if he's able to finally put it all together. No. I liked the team before Gruden was let go, is what I said. Gruden was a good offensive mind back in the 90s and 2000s, but his offense really didn't show much with the Raiders over the last couple of years. He did show that Derek Carr was a capable quarterback in the NFL, but outside of that, no, I don't prefer John Gruden. No, I just answered that like twice. There's too much hype for Soto not to get traded at this deadline. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Ay. What is everybody's thing with that? Yeah, we don't really do politics on this channel. For or against. Doesn't really matter. Are there real world consequences for things that you do? Absolutely. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got us up to 408, I think, right now. So thank you very much. A few of those were spammers, though. I had to kick a few of them out. So we've been hovering between 409 and 407 for a minute. One thing is for sure, according to opposing GMs, the Red Sox this weekend have been exploring every possible trade option as long as it doesn't include Devers or Bogarts. That's a little bit surprising. Padres 1, Cards 1B, Dodgers 3, a distant third, honestly. Yeah, the Red Sox buying, that's kind of funny. I agree. But 2 weeks ago, I would have said that's actually very realistic, but now I don't think they should. They've got a lot of pieces that other teams would have interest in. Back of the rotation starters, yes. Bullpen options for the 6th and 7th inning. And 8th inning, yes. Difference maker offensive bat, yes. Catching, yes. They should sell. And honestly, I think they should trade away Bogarts. Who do you think the Rays will go for next? I think they're going to be all over Sean Murphy of the A's. Yeah, I agree. Bell will get traded to the Astros tonight. I think we're just kind of waiting for that to happen at this point. Little fast flip over there by Samson, almost too high. No, I don't think Contreras is going to go to Tampa. I think he would be one of the teams that was saying that Contreras is bad behind the plate, so they don't want to take the risk of him back there. They have Zunino there for the long term, but getting Sean Murphy there, the cheapness of his contract, how solid he's been. Breaking news out of the NFL, 49ers and Deebo Samuel agree to a $73.5 million deal, 3-year extension, $58.1 million guaranteed. Apparently, John Lynch was not lying. He was saying expect something over the next couple of days with Deebo Samuel, and they got it done. DK Metcalf got done the other day as well, 3 for 70 plus. Very similar deal here for Samuel. Brewers would be a nice fit for Jock Peterson, but I think the Braves might actually try to get him a little bit more profusely. I think they saw what he had to offer them last year and want that to be replicated. I don't know. How old is Zunino anyway? I thought they had him under contract. I could be wrong, though. But the answer for them long term, if Zunino is indeed going to be a free agent after next year, would be Sean Murphy. He's 31. Okay. I remember him with his time with the Mariners, and he's been with the Rays for a few years now. What would a package from the Dodgers to get Frankie Montas after Luis C. trade messed up the pitching market? A Dodgers trade for Frankie Montas? Ooh, I don't know. That's a good one. Well, they're going to get Dustin May back. I don't think they would trade Dustin May in that type of a trade. Maybe Gavin Lux, but that would have to be almost a one-for-one type of trade, so probably not. You're looking Diego Cartaya because they have prospects to burn at the catcher position and maybe a couple other pieces. That probably would be the deal the Dodgers would come up with for Frankie Montas. Cartaya plus a couple of pieces. What would the Brewers have to give up for Jock Peterson? Bryce Trang? Maybe another piece or two? Turing? Something like that? Maybe a couple lower level prospects if they can avoid giving up one of their top five. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Please don't trade Bobby Miller. Okay. Got a Bobby Miller fan. Sorry about that, guys. Had to get rid of another spammer. Him, Telez, and Willie. Yeah. The Brewers are pretty much teetering on the edge offensively for me. They have been for years. I wonder how much longer that offense is going to be able to produce enough runs to support that great starting pitching. Once that offense finally falls in on itself, that team is going to have to go through a rebuild. They need some hitters at some point. Christian Yelich hasn't lived up to it. Yeah, it does feel like they need a bat every year. That's because that offense just hasn't lived up to what it should, at least with Yelich. They put their chips in the Yelich basket, and it hasn't worked out. That's why, as good as the Brewers' rotation is, they'll never be a postseason favorite because they don't have enough scoring or enough run support to be able to support that starting staff. Not in a postseason series, at least. You guys tell me, which trade do you think is going to happen first? Montas getting traded, Soto being traded, or Bell? Which trade do you think gets done first? Yeah, I agree. Bell probably is the easiest to move just because of all the first basemen on the market. Could trade away Kong for a better hitter, maybe. Rangers, what will they do this offseason? Well, let me get you started. They're going to get a left fielder one way or another. Whether that means signing a guy to play third base and allowing Josh Young to fly out there to left and take over that position for the next 6 years, or they sign a left fielder to take over that position. The main thing they're going to do is probably go after Martin Perez and extend to him. Probably take like a 3-year, $15 million deal, something like that, or 3-year, 15 per. Why no moves being done yet? Because everything's cluttered up because of the Soto move. I don't think teams thought Soto was really going to be moved before the deadline. With so much traction, though, teams are holding up just to see what the fallout will be. Teams are waiting to see if they can get something done. But the other move I think the Rangers are going to do is they're going to get another starting pitcher. I think the Rangers should trade Martin Perez. I think they should pull him aside and say, hey, you've been great. We want you back here. We know you just got engaged like 2 weeks ago to your girlfriend. You've got a lot of history here in Texas. You love it playing for the Texas Rangers. What do you think about playing for 2 months for another team, coming back to us after the season is over? That would be a great move for the Rangers. I think what will happen is he stays on the Rangers past the deadline, and in August he signs an extension. Current payroll about 120. They could go up about another $50 million next year, and they still have some salary coming off the books next year too. They're still paying Elvis this year. They're still paying Prince Fielder as well. I think Prince Fielder's deal might be finished this year or next. I can't remember which. They're actually in a really good spot. They got a lot of good young starting pitching that's coming up. They've added a couple of starting pitchers. Who do you think will be the first big move tonight? Bell. I think Bell's probably the move. NFLPA just released an announcement in advance of Judge Robinson's decision on Deshaun Watson that they're going to respect the results of the hearing. Blah, blah, blah. Deshaun and the PA will stand by her ruling and will call on the NFL to do the same. Well, there might not be an appeal process. Sounds interesting. We'll see if that actually turns out to be the case. If Soto doesn't get moved tonight, will he get dealt tomorrow or the deadline? I think tonight they're going to have to make make up a lot of ground on a deal for that magnitude. You're going to have to start the medical process tomorrow and probably finish it off by Tuesday, especially with as many names as I expect to be involved. Yeah, we are. Tomorrow we'll get the Watson results. I'm trying to remember who the other wide receiver was that was holding out. It was Metcalf, Samuel, and I can't remember the third one that was holding out. Yeah, That's part of the reason why I think the starting pitching market's being held up, because the Cardinals are stuck in the Soto deal. I think if the Cardinals weren't in there, we'd probably have some resolution on Montas, and at least the starting pitching would get going. Cardinals must think they have a real shot at Soto if they're holding out for him. Bottom of the third now. Still nothing on Sunday Night Baseball. About to hit 7 o'clock Central. I think it's about 9 o'clock, so about 2 hours away from when the Castillo news hit the other night. So see if we have any luck. Nice play there by Happ in left. One away in the bottom of the third. Ultimately, I think the Cardinals aren't going to push the chips to the center needed to get Soto, especially for the contract it's going to take to get him. You really telling me that the Cardinals are willing to pay $500 million for Juan Soto? I don't buy it. I'm not even sure they would get Montas. You'd give up all that prospect capital for a 2.5-year rental? Are you out of your mind? Wow. I know Soto's good, and that's a nice length of time for a rental. But dang, that's a lot to give up. Especially if you're going to beat out a team that's trading away the very top echelon of their farm system for the next 3-4 years. Ouch. Yeah, 3 playoff runs. But if you're the Cardinals, if you get Soto, does this make you the favorite in the National League? No. Does it even put you on the same level of the Dodgers, Padres, Mets, and Braves? No. Ouch. I know you'll survive, but I think you're going to be right where you were, except now you're not going to have the future. They have to agree to that extension to make that type of investment. I mean, they have to. There's no. Tommy La Stella up with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Could be a piece that's moved at the deadline. If the Cardinals get Soto, what could the Brewers do to match it? Nothing. Mm-hmm. It's like I was saying previously, though. The one thing the Cardinals have always done really well is develop their own prospects. However, those prospects are never the same on other clubs. The only exception, really, is Alcantara with the Marlins. They take advantage of other teams' mistakes. Look at the Nolan Arenado trade. Look at the opportunity they took with Paul Goldschmidt and the Diamondbacks. Those were opportunities that they took advantage of, not that they went out and paid premium dollar for Nolan Arenado. In fact, the Rockies are still paying part of that contract. Have any of those prospects that the Rockies acquired in that deal made any type of significant impact for them? No. Just take Carlson back when you lose Juan Soto? Ay, ay, ay. I don't like that strategy at all, Emily. I mean, I understand why you're making the move to try to elevate yourself in the National League, and it would, don't get me wrong, but you're still not among the top 5 teams in the NL. Well, top 4 teams. I think you'd probably be the 5th team. I think in a 7-game playoff series against the Mets, you lose. Braves, you lose. Dodgers, you lose. Padres, you lose. And if the pitching for the Brewers holds up in a 7-game series, you lose that one too. But the Brewers, I don't think, have enough hitting to stay in that series. Yeah. Nice double there. Listella down the right field line anyway. You can find a way to spend $500 million on something else. Yeah, the Rangers had the wherewithal to do it. Of course, their payroll this season before they signed Simeon and Seager and Gray was only like 30 million, 29 million. So they had the wherewithal to invest all that money. Cardinals can't exactly say the same thing. They already have a lot of money tied up in Goldschmidt, Arenado. Of course, they have some aging veterans that are going to clear the salary books away for them at some point. Molina, Wainwright, etc. Oh and 1 now to Gonzalez. Okay. Juan Soto is a great player. He's 23. He's going to be a free agent after his age 25 season. 3 championship runs with a great player. Would I trade for it? Depends on what it costs. If it costs me my entire future for 10 years, I'd have to be guaranteed a legit championship run. Right now, even if you get Juan Soto, you can't guarantee me you get out of the first round. You run into the Dodgers, their starting pitchers wipe you out in 4 games or 5 games. Mets, same thing. Well, I don't even think they need a pitcher. I just think they're putting too much faith in one player if that's the route they go. Because they've never been the team to put that much faith in that player. 10 years ago, 3 players is not getting Juan Soto. I'm sorry. You're looking at minimum 5. 5. I'm talking 5 very meaningful players, not just 3. And that's 4 right there. Carlson, Walker, Libby, and Wynn. And I still think you'd need one more on top of that to beat the Padres' offer. Maybe you get a bullpen piece out of it, but that helps you this year. Carlson, Walker, Wynn, Libby, McGreevy, and Gorman. Something like that's probably going to be what it takes. They've been listening on offers for Ohtani, yes. That was announced probably a week and a half ago, and then Ken Rosenthal said that management group had reached out to him and said that they were looking for established major league talent for their postseason run this year. Again, the Angels front office being completely delusional, but whatever. But right after that, came out maybe 2 days later that they were looking at 4 of the best prospects in your system. And then later on in the article, they said, hold up, we're not talking about just the best prospects, but the best prospects in your system. In addition to that major league talent, the Mets reached out to him along with other teams. They never got to exchanging names, which is why Ohtani deal is further away than Soto is. Luis Gonzalez almost hitting that home run there. But because they haven't gotten to exchanging names part of the process is why I think Soto's deal is much more likely at the deadline. But yeah, if the Cardinals are going to get Soto, you're looking at Carlson, Walker, Wynn, Libby, Gorman, and probably McGreevy or somebody of that ilk. That's 6 pieces for the Nationals to build forward with, and that still may not be enough. Yeah, that would be a great haul. But is it enough to beat the Padres offer? I don't know. I honestly would prefer Abrams, Hassel, Morejon, Wood, Merrill, Grisham, Kim. Get a whole bunch of lottery tickets, and probably a few of those are going to cash in. Meanwhile, I think that package from the Cardinals wouldn't do quite as good in the long term. I think that'd keep them around the 500 mark, which is what it's done for the Cardinals for decades. But it's not going to lead them to a winning record or anything like that. They're going to need to do more. Contreras pops out there. If we're talking about Juan Soto, the package can't start with Cartaya. Sorry. You're looking at starting with Dustin May and Gavin Lux and Cartaya. For Ohtani or Soto, either one. They should be very similarly viewed in terms of trade value just because of Ohtani being a pitcher and a hitter, even though he is a little bit older. You get 2 playoff runs with Ohtani versus 3 with Soto. Did I hear the news about Gallo talking with the Brewers? Or the Yankees talking about Gallo with the Brewers anyway? Yes, I heard that report this morning. Not buying it. I'm not buying that a deal gets done, I'll put it that way. I believe that the Brewers are going to be interested, and he would fit very well with them. What would a package for Ian Happ look like? If they don't make the move for Ohtani, you're looking for Happ and Contreras, or just Happ. If it's just Happ, maybe one of Wood or Merrill and a couple other picks, or a couple prospects anyway. I don't think you're going to have to shell out at the top of your board anyway. Maybe you go off of guys that are having down years in your system, Joshua Myers, and maybe a couple others as well. Two-out base hit there. Wood would be a nice pickup, but I think if you do something like that, you'd have to give up Contreras as well. Nico Horner is due up next. Fouls that one back to the screen, and it's 0-1. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Seeing how high we can get that today. We started the day at 387, seeing how high we can go. Hit that like button if you haven't as well. Had a long day of streaming. Did about a 3-hour stream earlier today. We started this one around 3:05, 3:08, somewhere in there. We will be going through at least 9 o'clock, maybe 10 or 11, depending on how active the trades are coming in. So thank you guys for joining us again. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. And always, you can always follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Not seeing a lot of trade chatter at the moment this evening. That's a little bit surprising considering the deadline's only a couple days away. You'd like to see some of this logjam start to move. And Rodon gets the strikeout there. In the bottom of the fourth, it'll be Slater, Belt, and Wade for the Giants. Who would the Brewers give up for Happ? Would he be cheaper for the Brewers? In division rival, you got to wonder if Happ would even go there, if the Cubs would send him there. I don't think they would. I don't think he's going to be moved. I think he's going to be designated for assignment. What exactly is a team going to give up for a guy hitting 160 that has zero confidence at the plate, especially when you're in a postseason race? He's not going to get regular at bats, which means his struggles are only going to continue to get worse. Maybe you get lightning in a bottle, and every now and again he runs into a home run, but he needs everyday at bats. He needs to play every day somewhere on a team that's not in contention, remove all the pressure off of him, and let him just perform. Give him a soft pillow contract for next year. That way he can have another platform year next year and see how he does. But for Gallo to go to another team that's in a pennant race, I think could be the worst thing for his career going forward. Yeah, a lot of these teams don't just look at the player themselves as far as their production on the field. Sometimes when you look at a player like Joey Gallo, for instance, you're trying to buy low on a guy. What are the chances of him succeeding on your team? Okay, with the Brewers, he's going to be a platoon player. Okay, so he's not playing every day. That means he's going to be playing against right-handers only. That means whenever late innings come around, he's going to be substituted out for. That means he's not going to have any consistency. The 160 batting average is about where it's probably going to be. Are you willing to live with a 40% strikeout rate? And exactly, the Brewers would have to give up a prospect to send him the other, or to send the other way in that Ian Happ deal. Now, does that mean that Ian Happ won't move? Absolutely not. Just I think it's very unlikely that he goes to the Brewers. But in terms of Joey Gallo, I don't think there's any player more likely to move from the hitting side than Joey Gallo. Josh Bell, I put almost at 100% certainty as well. One hop smash to Horner, on to first. One out recorded there. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. As a Dodgers fan, it's hard to watch Belly hit if Gallo goes to the Brewers. I feel bad for other fans because Gallo is belly right now, but 10 times worse. I don't know about 10 times worse, maybe 5 times, but it's close. Cody Bellinger is never going to be the MVP of the National League ever again. I think Cody Bellinger would be much better outside of LA, just getting out of there. Do I ever think he'll be a 275 hitter ever again? No. I think he's been exposed for the holes in his offensive game, and I think it's in his head at this point. But he needs to go to a team where he can play every day. Nobody wants Gallo. I would take him on the Rangers if he's free. Let him play in left field because there can't be anything worse than what the Rangers had in left field, and that's including Joey Gallo's stats. He would be better than what the Rangers have had in left field all year. Could the Brewers pick up Ramon Laureano? Possibly, but I think the Astros are probably going to get him. They need a center fielder. Brewers might give him some stiff competition, though. Thanks for joining us, Dawson. Appreciate you. Don't forget to join us Tuesday. We'll be live right around 10 o'clock, and we'll go through 5 through the trade deadline, all right? Probably do some live games tomorrow as well after I get off of work. Maybe we'll see some trade activity. Brandon Belt is struck out. 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. But Laureano is going to be a name in demand at the deadline. Probably one of the best outfielders on the market, both defensively and offensively, in my opinion, especially with his ability to play center field. If the Giants weren't going to sell at the deadline, I would have thought they would have been interested in him as well. But it seems like they're going to sell. What do you think Baltimore is going to do? I think they're going to try to move Mancini, tinker around the edges of that roster, maybe trade away a bullpen piece. I don't think they're going to try to buy at the deadline. They could try to stand pat and go after that final wild card spot. They'd have some stiff competition for it, but maybe they're game for it. I still think Baltimore's a year or 2 away from seriously contending in that division, but they certainly have had a lot of improvement this year. 4-pitch walk there to Wade. Yastrzemski digs in. Not yet. They're rewarding them with their play on the field. You don't need to invest in a team that doesn't have, well, any real stars on it yet. Cedric Mullins is probably your best star player, but as good as he is, he's not moving the needle for me. Shortstop and second base are black eyes on the team. Eovaldi a fit for the Padres? Eovaldi's a fit for a lot of teams because he can both come out of the bullpen and start. So he could be a fit for the Padres. I don't think they'll be willing to give up the price needed to get him, though. Eovaldi needs to prove himself tomorrow night in his start against the Astros because he has not been good since coming back from injury. If he doesn't have a good start, we probably see Eovaldi stay with the Red Sox. Yeah, the money is going to be a little exorbitant as well. You're not going to be able to do that and Soto. So if you get Soto, you're not in on Eovaldi. Teams that can take on salary are teams that are going to be interested in Eovaldi. We mentioned the Red Sox and the Mets trade negotiations with JD Martinez, Christian Vasquez. Maybe they expand that to Eovaldi, picks up some of those innings as a number 5 starter for them. Another injury risk, of course, though. Bases are now loaded here in the bottom of the 4th. After that ball ran inside and plunked Yastrzemski on the elbow. Game's at least getting a little bit interesting this inning. Pitching coach coming out to have a word with him. For those of you wondering, Carlos Rodon is through 4 scoreless innings so far tonight. His fastball is sitting 94 to 96. Remember, last year there was questions about his arm as the season wore on. Seems pretty strong so far. Should command a pretty penny for the Giants in a trade. Maybe the Blue Jays or Yankees for him. Right at the top of the zone, strike one. Vossler is up right now for the Giants. He's the third baseman, not Longoria. Christian Vasquez, the catcher for the Padres, excuse me. He's a fit there, but I don't know if that would actually be a move they would make. They seem to be more interested in Contreras or Murphy rather than Vasquez. Of course, if they don't get Soto, maybe they could take on Martinez and have him play DH. Maybe send Hosmer back the other way, get off of his money, increase the prospects to be able to take or to get off of Hosmer's money. Out and misses just north of the zone, 2-2. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. If you haven't hit that like button already, please do so. Helps us out a lot. This one in the air, left center. That one will get down. 2 runs will score. Happ throws into second and able to get back there. Two nothing Giants. Scratching a couple of runs across here in the bottom of the 4th. Got 23 guys joining us right now. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hit that like button. Follow us here on YouTube. Subscribe. Cross the 400 mark today. Let's see how high we can get it before the end of the evening. Thank you. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. That one's in there on the inside corner. And it's 0-1. Sanson up to 67 pitches now. As we wait anxiously for the first trade of the night. We're not counting the Dixon Machado trade earlier. That wasn't a big enough trade. It was actually between these two clubs. This one lifted out into center off the top of the wall. This will likely score at least one, possibly two. Austin Wynns is in there with a double, and that does indeed score two. It's now 4-0 Giants on top of the Cubs. Feel free to subscribe, join the chat, tell us which team you'd like to see move. Beautiful pitch by Sampson there, the very bottom of the zone on the outside corner. 0-1 to La Stella. La Stella is 2 for 2. His issues, of course, have always been health. Has been a good contact hitter over the years. He should attract at least some interest around the deadline. Teams looking for a buy low candidate to fill in every now and again. Mariners, who traded a lot of their prospect depth, could be a fit, especially with Ty France being injured. Giants are telling people that they're trying to position themselves as a buy and sell team. I'm not buying it. I do like the tweet, though, that he sent out, though, by Morosi. I do not expect the Giants to trade for Soto, but he would fill the role they envision for Harper, obviously. Swing and a miss by La Stella, and that's the end of the fourth. But the Giants get 4 runs across. Welcome in, Fracas. Curious who you think has more value if you are the GM of the Nats, Dylan Carlson or C.J. Abrams? Abrams, and it's not close. I like Dylan Carlson, don't get me wrong, but it's Abrams. Just pulling up Carlson's numbers just so I don't miss something. Okay, Carlson and Soto are about the same age, 23 years old. Carlson's a switch hitter. He's hitting .250 this year. A little bit of a slump at the moment, though. In his career, his best year was last year, a .266 average. Slugs about 400 and change. It looks like he's going to average. A little bit of pop in that bat. And he's a right fielder. Right fielders, you can get a dime a dozen. You can get one off the scrap heap. Heck, just look at the Padres right now. Nomar Mazara was on the scrap heap. They signed him to a minor league deal. He's hitting .280 for him. In case you're wondering, .280 is better than .250. Now, am I saying that Nomar Mazara is better than Dylan Carlson? No. But I am saying that you can get a right fielder a lot better than you can get a difference-making shortstop. He can play center, but then you diminish his bat in the long run. Anytime you move a right fielder by trade to center, even though he can play it, that bat never really plays up the same for the longevity of that deal. Jordan Walker is the biggest prize. Yeah, I do like Jordan Walker, don't get me wrong. And he's doing it against Double-A pitching, too. What's your question, Jordan? Patrick Wisdom up right now. For those of you who keep throwing Patrick Wisdom in my face, if you guys want to watch Sunday Night Baseball, here's your guy. Quickly 0-2 on him, though, here in the top of the 5th. Your question, Jordan, anyway, Vasquez a possibility for the Padres? Sure, but I think they're more interested in Contreras 1, Murphy 2. Vasquez would be a distant third. Two and two now on Wisdom. Rodon's pitch. Swing and a miss. Rodon looking very good in his final start before the deadline. I'm sure there's a lot of teams taking notice. After Montas, he might be one of the best starters on the market. Sounds like the deal for Devo is actually $71.55 million, not $73 million. The 0-2 pitch here to Velazquez. Rodon set, and the pitch. Beneath the zone 1 and 2. In case you're just joining us, not too many moves yet today, but hopefully we'll see some moves as the game wears on today. Drawing closer and closer and closer to the trade deadline. We're less than 48 hours away. A lot of moves need to be made, but everything is being held up by a couple of players. Number one, Josh Bell. The Nationals are said to want to move Josh Bell before they move Juan Soto. Juan Soto has a number of different teams on hold anyway because of who he is as a player on this market. He's the best hitter on the market right now. He's the star of the future. Cardinals, of course, are also in on Frankie Montas. They can't move the prospects in a deal for Montas until they decide if they're going to get Soto or not. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. The 1-2 here by Rodon. Upstairs, 2 and 2. Frankie Montas is holding everything up on the starting pitching side, mainly because the Cardinals are still in the Soto talks. Once Montas goes, you can see a flurry of starting pitching go. There's a number of starters that have now gotten onto the market. There wasn't that many on there a few days ago, but as teams saw their playoff chances dwindling, the Red Sox and Giants most notably, that really beefed up the number of starters that are on the market. Adding Carlos Rodon to the scales, back-end starters in Michael Wacha, Rich Hill, Alex Wood, Alex Cobb from those two teams respectively. Cleveland Guardians are also said to be pondering moving one of their starters, Shane Bieber or Zach Plesac. I believe they're going to move one of those, if not both of those, by the winter meetings this offseason. I don't think they move them during the season, though. They always have to replenish that farm system by trading. They never really spend a lot of money. They did go out on a limb and spent a little bit of money on Jose Ramirez. I don't see them doing that in the future for a number of different players right now. Oh-2 now on Boat. Rodon pitching very well through 5 right now. The 0-2, right at the top of the zone, strike 3. Boat unable to believe it. Through 4.5. All Giants so far. You guys tell me, what do you think is going to be the last move of the deadline, the last big move? We already had the first one with Luis Castillo going to the Mariners. Benintendi, not so big a move, going to the Yanks. What do you think is the last move before the deadline, kind of the final coup de grace, if you will? If Soto gets done, maybe it's Ohtani. Maybe it's Bogarts actually being moved at the deadline after being told by the Red Sox he's not moving. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened. What do you guys think? Welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Watching Sunday Night Baseball while we wait for some trades to happen. It's been a rather slow day. We're less than 48 hours away from the trade deadline and a lot of moves being held up. Pitching change for the Cubs. Brennan Hughes coming out of the bullpen, 3.29 ERA, 27 innings, 30% strikeout rate. The lefty. Appreciate the like. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you're just joining us tonight, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to us here on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We do a bunch of different lives throughout the year. Try to do about 5 or 6 baseball games a week during the baseball season. Football, of course, is just starting up. We'll be covering the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. Go through each team as well. Try to put out a long video for every single one of your favorite teams. See what their additions and subtractions were, what their chances are, what their schedule looks like. All of those types of things as we get into the NFL season. I know a lot of you are desperate for anything NFL right now. We've seen a little bit of news today. Have I heard anything on Soto? Not since earlier today, anyway. I think the Nationals are trying to get the Padres to cough up more prospects. Fracas, I think you're right on that one with James Wood. Merrill, I think, is also in there. But I think you're talking about at least 6 to 7, maybe even 8 prospects going the other way in a Soto trade. And I think the Padres would be just fine with that. Abrams is kind of a redundancy for them. They could use some outfield bats, but Hughes plunks Slater there on an 0-2 pitch. Not what you want to do. But have I heard anything on Soto? I've heard just about as much as you guys have. Everything's basically in a waiting game right now between the Dodgers, Cardinals, and Padres. Now that the Nationals game is over versus the Cardinals, we can finally get to some actual turkey. Seems like they've exchanged a lot of names. Just got to find the right combination to get things done, exchange medicals, that kind of thing. But I think we're going to get a Juan Soto deal before the deadline. I was really hoping we'd get it today because then that might tick up the trade talk for Shohei Ohtani. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. But as it stands right now, if this thing goes into Monday, I don't think Ohtani is moving. James Wood is an excellent piece for the Padres. If they don't make the trade for Soto, they still have a plethora of prospects they can move for another top option on the trade market as well. They do need outfielders right now. They got first base to worry about. There's a number of first basemen out there. Hosmer, of course, is still there, so they got to worry about his contract long term. But their starting pitching that they thought was going to be great last year and wasn't actually is this year, and so now I think they have to push their chips to the center. They're said to be interested in Wilson Contreras, Ian Happ from the Cubs, maybe even David Robertson as well. So maybe the game that you're watching right now between the Giants and Cubs will have some points of interest for the San Diego Padres fans. The Padres are very high on Hassel. In fact, I am. But I don't think that they view – I think they like Wood. I just think that they really like the prospect of getting Juan Soto, but they don't want to give up Hassel and Wood. Hassel originally was thought to be the piece that was going to be attached to Hosmer to offload his salary. And that was back when he was struggling in high A last year. He's knocking the cover off the ball this year in high A. Looks like he solved some of those issues that he had. But I think they're going to have to get rid of both of them. I think they're going to have to give pretty much anything that's the Nationals want. I think they're going to have to give them. The only one I think they might actually be able to hold on to is Mackenzie Gore. Outside of that, if the Nationals say, hey, I want him, otherwise I'm not trading you, Juan Soto, I think that's where you really run into the issues. But he's the biggest holdup right now at the trade deadline. To a lesser extent, Frankie Montas. His market is down to the Blue Jays, Yanks, and Cards. Cards, of course, are held up because of the Soto talks. Blue Jays supposedly are falling back. At least one of y'all told me that. I haven't seen anybody confirm that anywhere. The Blue Jays are said to be after a starter, a lefty bat, and some relief help. That one bounced in the dirt, and it's 2 on, 1 out now for the Giants. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for the like. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Seeing how high we can get that today. We started the day at 387. We've gained 22 now. Thank you guys. Up to 409. Really appreciate it. We've been dancing a little bit around 4:07 to 4:09. Some spammers have joined us. It looks like we've actually got some of you guys that are sticking around. Appreciate it. If that was one of you still watching, thank you very much. Really do appreciate the help. They show Will Clark on the screen. Will Clark had his number retired and entered the San Francisco Giants Hall of Fame yesterday. Great first baseman back in the day. I don't think the Angels were ever serious about trading Ohtani. I don't think they were either. I think they wanted to set an astronomically high price. They wanted to say that at least they were considering it. I think they're going to have to trade Ohtani, though, at some point. Honestly, they should probably do so now to get the biggest return. I don't think he'll command the same return even this offseason. So now's the time to trade Ohtani. Well, I think everybody would jump for Shohei Ohtani. I think they knew that going in. I think they were serious about the possibility of trading him. I don't think they ever were willing to talk turkey on it, though. That's why they set such a high astronomical price. They didn't even get to talk names yet. They literally just said, hey, we want established major leaguers and literally your 4 best prospects. Yeah, A.J. Brown got paid. Metcalf got paid. Samuel got paid. Adams got paid. Hill got paid. I think Cooper Kupp even got paid as well. A lot of receivers got paid this year in the NFL. Receivers were drafted high in the draft as well. Christian Kirk got paid by the Jaguars for some unknown reason. I think because he fits what they're wanting to do next year offensively, but still. Did Mike Williams get paid as well? I can't remember. Since we got a Chargers fan here. Yeah. Keenan Allen getting a little bit older. Probably got a couple more good years left in him, though. Had injury issues, of course, when he was younger. Was one of the most dynamic pass catchers in all the league, but of course always had injury issues. Appreciate all you guys sticking with us tonight. Been a very slow day, unfortunately, for trades, but hopefully tonight will heat up. We're already in the bottom of the 5th in the Giants and Cubs game. You think the Chargers are taking the AFC West this year? That's bold. Not that I don't think they could do it. I just think they're in the toughest division. I still think that division runs through Kansas City, though, even after losing Tyreek Hill. I think losing Tyreek Hill actually makes that offense more proficient and less reliant on the home run. That's the end of the 5th. To the 6th we go. 1973. That's a long time. You have pretty much San Diego sports fan all the way around. Now LA Chargers anyway. Yep, I grew up in South Dakota for the first few years of life anyway. So I've always been a Vikings and Twins and Timberwolves fan. Then I moved to Texas in '98 and basically adopted the Mavericks as my new favorite basketball team, Stars as my favorite hockey team, Rangers favorite baseball team, and unfortunately the Dallas Cowboys as my favorite football team. Still root for the Minnesota teams, though. We'll see if Rodon continues to pitch tonight. I think he will. Padres AAA team to get Soto. I like that idea. I wouldn't do it, but I get the sentiment. You finally have a chance to really make an impact in baseball. How often have the Padres been able to say that? And especially at a time when the Dodgers are at their peak the last couple of years. This year, they seem to be falling off just a little bit because their platoons aren't performing quite as well. They're still winning all the games they need to, though. Rodon is indeed coming in. Got his ERA down to 3.05. We'll see if he can continue to drop that down to underneath 3 before the end of the game. He's at 73 pitches, though. The Dodgers, they're a good team. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. The Dodgers have been the best in that division for, what, a decade now? You don't want to beat a team because they're injured or whatever. You want to beat them at their best. Prove that you're better. One and one now to Higgins. Popped up behind second base. Listella makes the catch. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the like. Up to 27 likes now. Wouldn't be surprised if the Cardinals are holding up the Pablo Lopez market as well. I just don't think Pablo is going to move now after his start today. Not that one start determines whether or not he's going to be moved. I just think it cools the jets on the teams that were interested. I think next year's trade deadline he probably moves. I do still think they're going to move a starter, though. If I had to pick which one they're going to move, Lopez makes a lot of sense, but I still think they might hold on to him for one more year. I don't know. They got a few starters that they can move around now. Yeah. Padres are going to have to figure out that Myers-Hosmer situation this year as they go into the postseason. I don't think both of them will be in the lineup together at any point in time going forward. Maybe they can find a team to take on Myers or Hosmer. Looks like we got a protesting fan out on the field right now, causing the delay. Rodon up to 80 pitches now. 1-2 account on Morel, the leadoff hitter for the Cubs. If Padres acquire Soto, the best 2-3-4 in baseball with Tatis, Machado, and Soto. 2-3-4, maybe, but I think the best 3 hitters in any lineup is still the Dodgers. If they get, or since they have Betts, Turner, and Freeman, but they're right there, 1 and 1A. Giant security trying to pick up the pieces that the fan left on the field, picked up some of the stuff in the on-deck circle. Contreras said, no, that's actually ours. A check swing there by Morel, fouled off. But yeah, the Soto, Machado, and Tatis would be a fantastic 2-3-4. You still have Cronenworth up there as well. Profar to kind of plug and play when you need him. Mazzara against right-handed pitching. Swing and a miss by Morel. Well, I try. I followed it pretty much all my life since I was 7 years old. That's been pretty much all my time in the offseason actually studying all the different players. That was my favorite part of baseball, was the offseason. Trying to tinker with teams, make them a little bit better. While everybody else is playing 2K on NBA 2K or something, or Madden, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to make the team a little bit better, a better starting rotation, get a better 2-3-4 hitter, et cetera, et cetera. Then I realized I'm never going to be a general manager of, the Texas Rangers or the Dallas Mavericks or, the Dallas Stars. Never, ever going to happen for me. So thought the next best thing, try to use that knowledge and try to have a little bit of fun with you guys. It's hard finding fan bases that actually like to talk about sports in a knowledgeable way, especially Cowboys fans in Texas. I mean, I like the Cowboys, but some of the Cowboys fans who are always like, we're winning the Super Bowl every year is a little bit obnoxious. Welcome in, Brandon. The American and National League both have clear tiers. Mets and Dodgers are above San Diego and Atlanta. Houston and Yankees are a tier above any of the other American League teams. I would disagree with that one. I think the Yankees have fallen off. They haven't addressed starting pitching. That was their issue at the beginning of the season, and it's still the issue. I don't know what it is about Yankees thinking they can be cheap. Yankees would never have been able to stomach being called a cheap team back in the George days. No, they don't. I like the Yankees roster. Houston is really good, but they have some holes. Houston isn't the old Houston Astros with Correa, a good Gurriel, George Springer, Brantley. But the Yankees have a very good lineup. I think their rotation leaves a lot to be desired, and their bullpen. Now, do I think that the Blue Jays have heated up enough to where I think in a 7-game series, even with the Yankees having home field advantage, Do I think the Blue Jays probably beat them in 7 games at this point? Yes. I think both teams need to improve their starting pitching, though. The Yankees' starting pitching has fallen off a cliff since the beginning of June. They're like a 4.5 ERA since the beginning of June. Okay, that's funny. Toronto's pitching. You're calling Toronto's pitching young? What's the Yankees? They're counting on a lot of young starting pitchers, and they don't have anybody to count on in the postseason. I'll give you Cole and I'll give you Cortez, sort of. Beyond that, what else have you got? Yeah. The Blue Jays have Alex Manoah. The bullpen, they have Romano back there. They're going to address that as well. They're looking at Michael Fulmer. They're going to get him as possibly an 8th inning guy. Maez is back there as well. I think Toronto's going to be willing to make the moves. They were in the market for a Jose Ramirez before the season began. They have prospects to trade, and they're going to make the move to get the better roster. Well, the Toronto's lineup hasn't performed all year. Since the All-Star break, though, just look at the numbers. Yeah. Well, Benintendi's a 300 hitter anyway. He should be a 300 hitter in Yankee Stadium as well. My worry was not outfield for them. They had Hicks, they had Judge, they have Stanton. They could have used a 4th outfielder, but they chose to go a little bit more exotic, if you will, with Benintendi, a luxury item, if you will. But the need on their team is starting pitching and bullpen. Contreras makes a nice snap throw over to first, trying to show some defensive ability back there. A couple years away for Toronto. Okay. Matt Chapman's been horrible offensively the last 2 years since the All-Star break. Has raised his average by over 20 points, has 2nd most homers in all of baseball. Yes, Aaron Judge is number 1, but he's part of the reason for Toronto's turnaround. Again, my issue isn't with the Yankees' offense. My issue is with their starting staff. They have a lot of swing and miss in that lineup. That's why they went and got Benintendi as more of a contact hitter. Toronto's pitching didn't hold up earlier in the year. We saw Jose Barrios have a nice start today. He's been a strikeout pitcher this year, which he's always been a strikeout pitcher. But the issue is for him is he's been giving up the gopher ball. If he can tone that down as the season goes along, they're really going to do a lot better. Manoah was an all-star this year. Was it Cosman or not Cosman? Kevin Gausman that they got? Yeah, I do think the Padres are going to have to work on their bullpen just a little bit. That way they can lock down games late. Yeah, Gausman's been very good for them, a 3.30 ERA. Manoah, 2.43. Barrios has finally gotten his ERA with his start today anyway, underneath 5. And if they get another starter, There's your 1, 2, 3, 4 starters in the rotation. You move Kikuchi to the bullpen, Stripling to the bullpen. Garcia's been a nice piece back there for them. Phelps has as well. I already mentioned Meza, Tim Meza. Padres could get Gregory Soto. Yeah, the Detroit Tigers are looking to trade away a bunch of pieces. Maybe they go out and get both Sotos. That'd be a good deadline for the Padres. Three and two. Wins grounds to short. That's going to be a double play. That's the end of the 6th. To the 7th we go. Giants 4, Cubs nothing. We'll see if Rodon comes out yet again. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you. We've broken 410. That's really impressive. That's what, 23 new subscribers today. Thank you guys very much. You have no idea how much that means to us. Well, tonight I think you're probably going to have a late night. I was hoping some of the trade stuff would break during the day. We're less than 48 hours away from the deadline. We're going to see some activity at some point. A lot of the baseball reporters are very quiet right now. Has me wondering if there's something behind the scenes they're not reporting yet. Nobody's reported anything in 40 minutes. With the trade deadline less than 48 hours away, that's an eternity. Welcome in, Ryan. That's funny. Any concerns about Trout saying his back will bother him for the rest of his career? No. People in general, you have to deal with things as you get older. Players are taken care of better than most human beings are. Do I worry about his career being cut short a little bit? Possibly, but I'm not too worried about it. Appreciate all 20 of y'all joining us tonight. Thank you. That's funny. I think if they don't get a Soto deal done probably by tomorrow evening, I think they're going to move on to their next target. Carlos Rodon is indeed back out there for the 7th. Ian Happ is up right now. 2 trade candidates. The pitch by Rodon. Swung on and missed by Happ. 0-2. Happ hitting .281, 9 homers, 46 RBIs with an .800 OPS. Gregory Soto, I assume, is the one you're talking about. He's only blown a couple of saves, 2.36 ERA. Juan Soto, he has been underperforming, but his peripheral numbers show that there should be some positive regression. I know that's very confusing for a lot of fans. That basically just means he's having really bad luck on balls that are hit in play. He's still like one of the 3 best players at his age 23 season in baseball history. Trout and Babe Ruth, the other 2. Pretty good company. Strikeout there by Rodon. They won't. They'll get somebody. I'm pretty sure they'll at least end up with one of the 3 catchers that are on the market. They'll address outfield in some way. The Yankees are said to have the most aggressive offer for Montas. Who are you following that gives you that one? What's that Yankees reporter? Murney? I like Murphy just because of the control and the ability to play both sides of the ball. Welcome in, Mark. Mets going to make a blockbuster trade? I believe so. I think they're probably going to end up with Vasquez and Martinez, honestly. Yeah, Rodon has pretty much locked up his ability or his trade right now, especially if he strikes out Horner right here. Padres played Adams and Morejon last night. I thought they were being held out for games for a trade. No, I don't think so. No. Martinez isn't going to be expensive. Top 5 prospects, and I'd expect Christian Vasquez being a part of that is part of the reason why the ask is so high. The rumor last night was that Vientos, the Mets the Mets' 5th best prospect, would go the other way in that deal, and possibly Dom Smith. That type of deal would make a lot of sense for both teams. There's no room on the Major League roster for a player like Dom Smith or Vientos at some point. Both of those players are ready for time at the Major League level. Well, the Mets prospect system isn't that great. So a top 5, especially when we're talking about the 5th best prospect, shouldn't scare a team away. The Mets are literally throwing in everything right now to win this year. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Vientos, Smith for Martinez and Vasquez, maybe a couple other minor leaguers as well in that deal. That's essentially what I think the trade's going to come down to. Line drive into left. That's the 3rd out of the inning, though. Rodon at 98 pitches through 7. That's probably it for him if I had to guess. Well, he's got Josh Bell, but that's about it. Blue Jays be suitors for Ian Happ? No. going to be outbid by a number of other teams that would view Ian Happ as a better fit for them. Most notably the Padres, Mets, Braves, Brewers. All of those teams are I would expect to outbid the Blue Jays, especially when they have Gurriel, Springer, and Hernandez out there. Tapia is a good fourth outfielder for them as well. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I think Anthopoulos is going to trade for Peterson. Pete Alonso to the Dodgers? No. Not happening. Never, ever going to happen either. Wow, we gained a couple more of you guys. Thank you guys for subscribing. Appreciate you. Ohtani gets dealt. A week ago, I would have told you Ohtani being dealt was more likely than Soto just because the Angels were willing to talk about him with the press. It seems like they had already set a price, and then everything just basically stopped. They weren't willing to talk about names. They were adjusting their asking price. Meanwhile, Soto's name kept being brought up. They actually got to the point of exchanging names, and now we're getting closer to a deal there. But I don't think we're going to get close enough to an Ohtani deal to move him before the season or before the trade deadline. I don't think they're going to be able to re-sign him. I think they'd love to, but I think he's going to want to go to a contender. Dodgers, even the Mariners at some point might get involved if he does indeed reach free agency. I think Soto's chance of getting moved is almost at 100%. The only reason I say almost is because of how many pieces are going to have to be involved in that deal. You always have to worry about the medicals. But he's going to be moved at some point. Ohtani to the Mets this offseason might make some sense. DeGrom is getting older. Scherzer is getting older. Getting a younger Shohei Ohtani and then signing him to a massive contract. That'd be very much a Steve Cohen thing to do. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got 25 of you guys watching right now. Hit that like button and subscribe. Comment as we wait for the trades to start coming in. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you. Yeah, Rodon's value has kind of skyrocketed over the past 3 weeks. He's really performed very well. Thanks for the subscribe. Appreciate it. Seven innings shutout ball, even against the Chicago Cubs. Welcome back, Mantic. Braves talks yet? Not really. They haven't really. The market's basically on hold until the Soto move happens, the Montas move happens. Steven Brault coming out of the bullpen here for the Cubs. I'd trade Hosmer for a pack of chewing gum. Well, you're going to have to, give something along with Hosmer to get that pack of chewing gum, honestly. Pack of chewing gum has more value. I don't know about going hard for Brandon Drury. He would be a great fit for them. I mentioned that earlier that the Dodgers, the Mariners, and the Braves have all shown interest in Brandon Drury. They're also expected to pursue a starting pitcher. They've been mentioned with Jose Quintana. They've been mentioned with Drew Smyly. They've been mentioned with Carlos Rodon. I don't think that's happening at all. But Brandon Drury would be a nice piece for them. Rodon has showed he can handle it in New York. I don't know about the day in and day out. You don't really know until you get there. But Rodon has pitched very well. 1 year prove-it deal, maybe even shows how much stronger he is mentally than he ever has been. Appreciate all 28 of you guys joining us. Thank you for joining. Hit that subscribe button. Join the chat. I wish we didn't have the farm. We only have 2 top 100 prospects. Well, you spent a lot of that trying to get where you got already, and you've got a lot of success in Atlanta. You just won the World Series, so enjoy it while you got it. You're going to build around the peripheries. That's what you did last year, and it got you a World Series. So don't be so glum, man. Yeah. I'd be curious to see what the I forgot what I was going to say. We mentioned the 1-2-3 of the Dodgers versus the 1-2-3 of the Padres if they get Soto. But I think there's too much smoke around Juan Soto right now. He's going to be moved. Wow, we got 31 of you guys right now. Thank you guys very much for joining us. Hit that subscribe button and like. Really appreciate you guys joining. We're going to do a live on Tuesday with the trade deadline approaching. Hopefully tonight we'll see a couple of moves as Sunday Night Baseball wraps up. A's want Liberatore in the Montas trade. Increasingly likely that the Yankees get him. I think that's part of the reason why Montas hasn't been moved yet, is because that the A's do want Liberatore, or at least some of the other prospects from the St. Louis Cardinals. But those prospects are also tied up in the Juan Soto deal. Oh, no, they would have to include Walker in that deal. They'd have to include Walker, Carlson, Gorman, Liberatore, Wynn, and probably a couple other prospects to get Soto. I don't think they'll get someone like Maley. I think around that tier, yes, but I think Maley's probably going to end up on the Minnesota Twins. They need a starting pitcher, and they've been hot after him all year. Which one do I think they get out of that group? If I had to pick one, Smiley. That'll be the story of the offseason. Will Aaron Judge stay with the Yankees, or does he walk? I think you'll have better offers money-wise elsewhere. Giants, Rangers, other teams that are going to have payroll available. Or does he decide to stay in New York? You mentioned Blackburn a few times. I think the A's would be wise to move him in his all-star year. I don't think he's going to be able to repeat this performance that he's had this year. Davies of the D-backs would be good for the Cardinals, maybe. There's a lot of starting pitching options out there. It's just a matter of which one and how much it's going to cost. Looks like we might finally have a... Nope. Hey, look at that. Rangers pitching finally doing well in the minors. Cole Winn, 5 innings, 1 hit, 3 walks, 9 strikeouts. I wouldn't say that, Ryan. Alcantara's fantastic. He's the one untouchable on that roster. They said literally everybody else is available except for Alcantara. They've got a lot of good young prospects coming as well. Do you think the Braves kind of rebuilt their farm system with the draft? I think they've built it up a little bit better, but I don't think they've done nearly enough to consider themselves in on any of these top guys right now. Logan Webb is also untouchable. I agree. Devers is not getting traded. Bogarts might. Do you think you have enough for Brandon Drury? Yes. Thank you for the 2 likes. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. If I was a Nats fan and I got C.J. Abrams, Hasselwood, Merrill, Morahone, and Grissom, that would be ecstatic. That's how you replenish the cupboard in one day. I agree. That's about the trade it's going to take to get Soto, maybe just a hair more. We broke 30 likes. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I do what I can. Thank you, Mantic. Up to 413 subscribers now today. If you haven't joined us yet, please hit that subscribe button. Really does help us out. Pirates close to decision on Jose Quintana. Yanks, Phillies, Mariners in the mix. I don't think he ends up at any one of those places. I think another team's going to end up getting there. I do put in quite a bit of time on this. That one gets into center. There'll be close play at the plate. If they send him, they don't. Wow, up to 35 likes. Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, they could use a back-end starter. They're said to be interested in some rental options, but I think they're going to end up going after some bigger fish than Jose Quintana. How much bigger remains to be seen, but maybe in the neighborhood of a Tyler Mahle type player. I think the Phillies and the Twins are going to have the most stiffest competition for Mahle. If the Twins end up getting Mahle, maybe they go to Syndergaard, if indeed the Yankees get Montas. The Reds just want anybody of youth right now. I mean, it's all about the future for the Cincinnati Reds. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Brendan Belt is up at the plate right now, one of the first base options on the market. Joey Votto is not in the trade talks, no. I think he probably finished his career at this point with the Reds. He seems content to try to help that team. Plus, he's already at first base. They have a spot for him at DH if they need to eventually move him there. No, I don't think Brandon Drury would go to the Brewers. I think there's going to be too much competition between the Mariners, possibly the Braves and the Dodgers to get him. Brewers are going to go very, very cheap at the deadline. They always do. Bargain bin shopping. Brandon Drury's too good in the bargain bin for them to be able to get him. I don't necessarily buy that at all. I think Kim might be in the deal going for Soto just so they can clear off some 25-man roster spots for some outfield options. Kim's natural position is shortstop, so he should be able to handle it. But they're not moving Tatis off a short. That's where his value really plays. Having that type of power potential out of that shortstop spot doesn't get much better than that. One to 10 out of the lineup when Ozzie comes back. Acuna, Swanson, Olson, Riley, Contreras, Drury, Ozzie, Happ, and Harris. For where the Braves could be, that's a 10. Do I think it's a 10 out of all the teams in the National League? No. If it's compared to other teams in the National League, I'd give it an 8.5 or 9, maybe. Santander is a good option, but I don't think that the Orioles are going to move him. A walk there for Brandon Belt. Giants trying to get something done here. Ooh, I wouldn't say that. Mets have a better lineup. Especially if they get Vasquez and Martinez. I just like the lineup with Lindor, Marte, and Alonso in it right now for the Mets, and it's only going to get better. If they add JD Martinez and Vasquez, that's 5 frontline hitters in the lineup right now for them. And then you still have Canna, who now you can play a little bit less, that kind of thing. Sorry about that, guys. Got another spammer. Goodbye to them. If the Padres get Soto and both teams healthy, do you like the Pods in Pods versus the Dodgers in a 5 or 7 game series? I know we've got a little bit of both Dodgers and Padres fans here, so I'll play it this way for you. I think this gives them a real chance to beat the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers are going to have a move of their own if they get Soto. As it stands right now, I think the Dodgers beat them in either a 5 or 7 game series. However, with the addition of Soto, I still think they beat them, but I think it's going to be close. I think you'd go to a game 7 or a game 5 in both. Now, if they add additional pieces on top of that, maybe add a bullpen arm, then we're really getting somewhere. But of course, the Dodgers to me are still the class of the National League. So if I'm saying you're taking them to 7 games, I'm saying you got a real shot at a World Series. So those of you who are Padres fans, all is not lost. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the subscribe, too. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yerman Mercedes is on right now. Career with the bases loaded. He's 5 for 12 with 9 RBIs. Giants already with a 4-run lead. I'm sorry, I'm taking Lindor over Swanson. I think Lindor's finally come around this year. I do agree Alonso is better than Olsen. Actually, I would probably take Ozzie Albies over McNeil. Riley over Escobar is a no-brainer. Once they get Vasquez, I'd take Vasquez over d'Arnaud. I would take Ozuna over Canna. Harrison Nimmo is a wash for me. Acuna and Marte. Acuna's that's a tough one. For production this year only, I think they're very close. For the future, obviously, I'm taking Acuna. And I don't think they're going to have Luis Guillorme starting for them in the postseason. So let's settle down a little bit there. Yeah, I do like that lineup for the Padres. Ouch. That looked a little painful. Appreciate you guys joining us. Sunday Night Baseball, we wait for some trades to finally happen. Hoping we get at least some activity tonight. We'll probably be going through the end of this game and maybe a little bit after it. See if there's any trades that happen between now and the end of the game. The 2-2 pitch here to Mercedes. Strike three. Nice pitch there. Have a good one, Fracas. I keep trying. Trying to reach 1,000 by the end of November, so let's see if we can get there. Reached 400 today. One, I want to know where you're getting that from, Mantic. And two, why would the Braves do that? I get Ohtani's a once-in-a-lifetime player. Giving up literally all of that cripples your team, I believe, and you're no better than where the Angels are right now. Now, don't get me wrong, they still have Acuna and all these other pieces, but you cripple your roster going forward. You have no room for growth. You're completely selling out for 1 or 2 great years. Ouch. And I'm not even saying that's enough for Ohtani either. But yeah, I would not do that if I were the Braves. Your team is very good. If you're Atlanta, you have a lot of growth coming. You need to rebuild your farm system a little bit. You can't trade away your couple of your best starters this year just because you want to get Shohei. Okay, now you're messing with me. Couldn't resist. Nice piece of pitching there by the Cubs. Able to get around a bases-loaded jam. It's been a very slow news day out of baseball, a little bit surprising. For Shohei, I don't think there's enough that you could give up. I don't even think it's worth mentioning, honestly, because it's never going to happen. I love the Braves. They're probably my 3rd favorite team, but no. They're much better off with where they're at without Shohei. They need to build back that prospect pool and go forward with what they've got right now, tinker around the edges, and try to make another run at a World Series. I don't think you're getting Drury. If you're getting Drury, you're probably going to give up a couple of middling prospects in your system, but you just are starting to build back that system. I don't understand the move for a guy like Drury. I understand he's a good, cheap option right now. You got Albies coming back. I think you got bench pieces that you can rely on right now, or even go a little bit cheaper than Drury. I think he's going to command a little bit too high of a price for the role that they're going to use him for. And if they do go out and get them, that'd be a little bit of a luxury, in my opinion. They should be focusing on an outfield bat like a Jock Peterson, Ian Happ, although I think Ian Happ's too expensive for them. Jock Peterson, though, I think because of their familiarity with him, would be a nice piece for them. And Rodon is indeed done. Giants going with John Brebbia now. Rodon had a great start tonight. In his final start, probably for the San Francisco Giants. He's definitely going to opt out after the season. He will be one of the most sought-after starting pitchers on the market. Probably is going to command $20 million a year. Maybe gets that 5-year, $100 million contract that he was looking for this past offseason. Yeah, that's probably your most likely outcome. Drew Smyly and Peterson. Thank you guys for joining us, all 20 of you. We're crossing the 5.5-hour mark of our current stream. Did a 3-hour stream earlier today, as we await the first big trade of the day. Hopefully it'll happen at some point, as the market's currently being held up quite a bit by the Frankie Montas trade and the Juan Soto trade possibilities. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Bob Nightingale reports, if the San Francisco Giants surrender and trade away Carlos Rodon and Jock Peterson, there will only be 7 teams left vying for 6 National League postseason spots. More than half the league will be out of legitimate contention with still only 2 months left to play. Exactly. It'll be between the Phillies and Cardinals for that final wild card spot, I believe, in the NL. And it'll be about how good the teams at the top can really make themselves better above the others. I don't think you're going to have a Cinderella story out of the wild card position anyway, outside of either the Mets, Braves, Dodgers, or Padres, whichever teams end up in that wild card spot out of those 2 divisions. Brewers, I don't think, are going to be good enough to be able to hang with the others. And then, of course, either the Phillies or Cardinals.
Oh, sure. Bye-bye. You'll find it fascinating. I love people.
One away in the top of the 8th. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate it. We've crossed 415 now. Thank you guys very much. you're just joining us, been watching baseball pretty much all afternoon. Going to go through the end of the Sunday night baseball game and maybe a little bit after, in case there's some trade chatter that finally picks up after the game. Good pitch by Brevia there. The 0-1 is outside, 1-1 now. That one's in there, and it's 1-2. Strikeout is recorded there. 2 away in the top of the 8th anyway. This game kind of winds to a close. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you. If you're just joining us, hit that like button and subscribe. Gained quite a few of you guys. Crossed 400 today. See if we can keep that momentum going. Higgins is due up here. Takes ball 1. Should he reach, Morrell would be next. Welcome back, Dawson. 1-1 now to Morrell. No, it's still been very slow. I'm just waiting for something to happen, honestly. Been waiting all day for a big trade to happen. It's been very disappointing. The trade market's been completely clogged up, it looks like, by Soto and Montas. Montas, I'm a little bit more surprised because of the teams that are involved in him. Primarily the St. Louis Cardinals are the biggest reason for the holdup in those negotiations. That's holding up the starting pitching market. Little dribbler through, and the Cubs are getting something going now. Welcome in, James. Yeah, Michael Walker would be the type of guy I'd expect the Braves to go after. Back of the rotation piece, somebody who can eat some innings. My guy for them would be Drew Smiley, just because they're already familiar with him. Morrell takes strike 1 there. But goodness, yes, I hope there's a trade. I mean, I've had fun chatting with you guys, but the whole point was to see some trades, some action. Let's have it already, baseball. Shake the cobwebs out. We'll probably see some type of deals tonight. We'll make some short videos on those in case we're already off the air. That's the third out of the inning. Going to the bottom of the eighth now. Got to wonder if they really meant that they're going to trade Bell or before Soto, or if they're really just trying to fine-tune the details on Soto first at this point because of how slow the market's moving. Of course, maybe they're wanting more for Josh Bell. There's a lot of first base DH types on the market this year. He's the best of the bunch, but how much value does he really hold? Especially when you can get somewhat similar production elsewhere on the market. Yeah, he is a great bat. A couple years ago, before the Nathaniel Lowe trade to the Rangers, I was actually hoping we would get Josh Bell. Nice shot of the harbor there in San Francisco. Still daylight there on the West Coast. If you watch our live from the other day, actually, Zach McKinstry has entered in the game. He was the acquisition at the other day from the Dodgers. He's at third base now for Wisdom. But if you go back in our trade, or in our live anyway from the other day, you'll see the live reaction to the Luis Castillo move. Dixon Machado is in the game, of course. He was traded to the Cubs, or by the Cubs to the Giants before the game today. Yeah. And then we did the short the following morning after we got some more of the particulars on that. That's also on the channel anyway, if you haven't checked that out as well. That actually is pretty good. One of my better shorts. Tried to cram a lot of information into 60 seconds. Eric Ullman has been fantastic. Came in and got him out of a bases loaded jam the last inning. Gets a strikeout here. Cubs might have found something with him. Looks like a very competitive pitcher on the mound, too. Isn't willing to give an inch. Strike one here. Jason Vossler 1 for 3 on the day, a single with 2 RBIs, hitting .281 with 4 homers. Big news out of the NFL, at least today. Deebo Samuel got his big extension. 3 years, $71.55 million. Nice bunt attempt here. Vossler is safe at first. See if they review it. I think they've already announced those. That's going to be the Cardinals, Blue Jays, and Yankees. If I had to bet, I think at the outset, I would have probably said the Blue Jays probably end up pulling it out because I think he'd make the greatest impact there. The Yankees, though, missed out on their top option in Luis Castillo. Now pivoted to Frankie Montas. I don't think they want to pivot yet again. Sounds like they have the most aggressive offer, as Michael mentioned. They got a good offer without having to include Volpe for him, but I think it's going to require more quantity over quality. Well, they're going to get a bullpen arm, but I think they need a rotation piece as well. I expect they're probably going to get Fulmer. They're one of the few teams that have actually seen on Fulmer. Appreciate you guys joining us. Hit that like button and subscribe. Quintana to the Blue Jays? No. That's not the type of player I think they're going to get. I think if they're looking for somebody who can start a game 3 or 4, Quintana is not that. Now, a guy like Montas, Rodon, players like that, Syndergaard even, would fit that bill. Haven't talked a lot about Syndergaard because I think he's the fallback option for a lot of teams out east. Phillies might be a nice spot for him because they don't want to top with their top 5 prospects for Tyler Mahle. Top 5 pitching prospects, that is. Rodon would be amazing for the Blue Jays, I agree. I think that would solidify the Blue Jays over the Yankees in my mind, at least until the Yankees correct their pitching. Until the Yankees correct their pitching, I don't believe in them as a World Series option anyway. They played way above their heads. They enjoyed a really good April and May, but they've come down to earth since the beginning of June, especially that pitching staff. They lost King out of the bullpen. Chapman's been inconsistent and erratic all year. He's been fantastic ever since he was acquired by the Yankees. Two away here in the bottom of the 8th, the 0-1 beneath the zone, and it's 1-1. Runners on first and second. It's been all Giants so far today. Carlos Rodon having a great start. Another hit, Batman. Ouch. That might be it for Ullman, though. Gotten a little erratic here. Do you think the Dodgers will get a pitcher? Absolutely. They're always in the market for something. I think they're always in the market for something big as well. For instance, if the Padres get Soto, I think then the Dodgers really put the hard press on for Ohtani just to see if they can get him away from the Angels. If they can, that'd be a perfect answer for them and would still keep them as the class of the NL. think Rodon to the Yanks? I think that'd be a great fit as well in case they don't get Frankie Montas. In fact, I think Rodon might even be a better pitcher this year at least than Montas. Soto. Depends on where I am in my win curve. If my chances are to win the World Series this year and I need a rotation arm as well, then I go Ohtani. But I think ultimately Soto will have the longer career at this point right now. He's only 23. You're going to have a lot more opportunities to win with Soto just because of how young he is. Are the Padres serious contenders for a World Series with Soto? Yes. Their rotation is that good, and I don't think they'll stop with Soto if they get that deal done. I think they'll add a little bit more around the periphery, most notably a catcher and maybe a bullpen piece. I think that would be fantastic for them. We go to the top of the ninth. Yeah, Soto and Contreras probably be the most likely if they get Soto. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got 27 of y'all right now. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe to us. We'll be having a live stream on Tuesday at the trade deadline. We'll start at about 10 o'clock in the morning, go through the trade deadline about an hour after, as there's usually a few trades announced after the deadline. If I had to say which one they're more likely to get, Ohtani, just because I don't think they're that deep into the discussions for Soto. I don't see why not. They've done it before. Dodgers traded them a starter 2 years ago. I think 2 years ago anyway. Yeah, exactly. And I think they would be right there if they were. Dustin May, Gavin Lux headlining the package. Plus, they'd have the prospects to go long-term with it. Really make the Dodgers pay in the LA market. Say, hey, look what we got from the Dodgers. We won the trade, blah, blah, blah. All the Dodgers would say is, hey, look at the World Series ring we got because you gave us Ohtani. Dodgers definitely would re-sign Ohtani as well. Ohtani just wants to win. That's why I don't think he's going to re-sign with the LA Angels. I think when he came over, he thought, hey, just me added onto this team with Mike Trout. This team should win, should be in the postseason every year. I want to taste what winning is like in the MLB, and that's just never happened. Exactly. To the ninth we go. Doval on for the Giants. Contreras in his final at bat, possibly with the Chicago Cubs. Down 0-2 now. Contreras hitting .252 this year, 14 home runs, 38 RBIs. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Down on 3 pitches is Contreras. Ouch. Didn't do much to help his trade value today, though. It'll be Hap next for them. "102-mile-an-hour fastball right on the outside corner. That's some serious heat. The set by Doval. And the pitch. Just off the outside corner, 1-1. Top 4 prospects. I think it's going to take more than that, though, because they said they want the top 4 prospects plus established major leaguers. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. Well, fouled back anyway. 1-2. Just got a piece of that one and tapped it underneath the catcher there, all the way back to the screen. Welcome back, Rays. Appreciate you joining us again. If you're just joining us, watching the end of the Giants and Cubs game, 2 teams that are expected to be sellers now at the deadline. Carlos Rodon pitched a great 7 innings, really boosted his trade value with his performance in this one. Of course, it is the Cubs, so take it with a grain of salt. But he's showing that his arm is going to hold up for the rest of the year. A number of teams will be interested in him as they seek their chance to win the pennant. Hat knocks that one foul, remains 1-2. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button here on YouTube and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. That way you don't miss out when we go live in the future. Little tapper into the shift, and Hap is retired, 2 away. Giants 1 out away from closing this one out. And Suzuki will be the last line of defense for the Cubs. Cubs are 0-50 when trailing by 2 or more runs in the 7th inning or later. They're the only team in Major League Baseball without a win. No comeback wins from a deficit of 2 or more. Ouch. Of course, you can't really blame them. They don't have the offensive pieces to do that kind of thing. I agree. If they get Hap and Contreras, I think they are out on Soto. But I think they'd be out on Soto before they get those 2, because I don't think they're going to get those 2 and then say, sorry, we're not interested anymore. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button and that like. Giants fans on their feet. The pitch well outside, and it's 1-1 to Suzuki. Giants are not the 107-win team they were last year. They were about a game out of the wild card at the All-Star break and just have fallen off a little bit since the All-Star break, and it seems like they've made the decision to go ahead and sell. That one tapped foul, and it's now 1-2. They'll have a very good starting pitcher in Carlos Rodon to move at the deadline, and Jock Peterson as well. Now the entire crowd is on their feet in San Francisco. The 1-2 pitch to Suzuki. Giants leading 4-0 in the top of the 9th, 2 away. The set by Doval and the pitch. Up and in, 102 miles an hour. Reached back for a little extra on that one, but missed wildly. 2-2. Gotta love that velocity if you're a Giants fan, though. He's going to be a good closer if he can locate that fastball in the future. We'll do it again. It's now 2-2 on Suzuki. The pitch. Took a little bit off, and Suzuki was out in front. That's the 3rd out of the game, or 3rd out of the inning anyway, and the game is over. Giants take it 4-0. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. As I mentioned, we'll post some short videos later on this evening. If trades happen, we might even go live depending on what actually goes down. Pirates straight up say Brian Reynolds is off the block. Yes, pretty much. They basically said the same thing about Bednar, but Bednar, I believe, could be had if you give him the right offer. But just to remind you guys again, Juan Soto, Frankie Montas, those are the names that you want to keep your eyes peeled for tonight, along with Josh Bell. Thank you guys for watching all 9, I think, that we've done today. Really appreciate all the interaction we've had with you guys. And remember, follow us here at the Upside on Twitter at UpsideSN. Follow us here on YouTube. That way you don't miss out on any lives that we do. We do put out a lot of short videos as well. And really do appreciate all the interaction we've had with you guys. Will I go live tomorrow? Possibly. I do work a late shift tomorrow. If I do one, it'll probably be close to the 8, 9 o'clock hour. So we'll see. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. But Tuesday, I'll definitely be doing one as the trade deadline goes down. I'm off on Tuesday. I made sure I was off on Tuesday for the deadline. So if you haven't subscribed to us yet, make sure you hit that button. That way you're here for us on Tuesday. Again, we'll be doing that live from about 10 o'clock in the morning till 5, going through all the different trade deadline acquisitions, all the trades that have already happened, the names that are still out there, and go through it with you guys as each trade comes in. But again, thank you guys, all the support, all the new subscribers we've gained today. Thank you guys very much. Really do appreciate it. And hopefully we can keep that momentum going forward. Gained like 30 subscribers today. So thank you very much. Really appreciate all the interaction we've had today. Probably the most gains I've had in subscribers in one day on our lives. But we'll try to do a lot more of these going forward, especially with training camp coming up. We'll try to do some more baseball games as the season winds down. But thank you again for joining us tonight. We'll see you guys later on this evening if there's some more trades that happen, or tomorrow morning if there's some trades that happen in the overnight hours. But thank you guys, and we'll see you guys later.